much.
Thank you very much, sir. And as students that were here, I hope we're reassured with the remark that Mr. Kundra gave us now. A round of applause for him again. All right, now is the time where we have our keynote speech, and that is it is supposed to be rendered by our Vice Chancellor, who is in person of Professor Folashade Ogonshola, but she sent in a representative who is in person of the DVC, and that's Professor Ayodele Asenoa. Please, a round of applause for her as she is coming to give the keynote speech. Please continue to clap for her till she gets here. Continue. She deserves it. She is our mother here, and you will continue to clap for her. You will honor her. She deserves it. Please continue to clap for her. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. So everybody's been cheering Unilag students, and I heard you sing the University of Lagos anthem with gusto. So we have already told them that we know who we are. We will not overflog it, huh? Okay. Yes, it is my pleasure to stand here today and to warmly welcome all of you. I recognize here the representative of the acting registrar of the University of Lagos. I also recognize the Dean of Management Services, who has been representing the Vice Chancellor in driving this whole process that has brought us up to here. And working with him have been the Dean of Student Affairs and some other offices in the University of Lagos, like the Office of the Career Development Services. I do warmly welcome our friends from UNICEF and Unilever. Thank you for what you have agreed, or first of all, what you conceived to do with us. And then when you interacted with us and you found us ready, you have agreed to do with us, and we're taking forward. I think before I go on, I need to say that that thing that was played as the Nigerian national anthem is not the Nigerian national anthem. Please, DJs and everybody, when you try to get us, please get us the original version. This is not the disco version. Some of those lines are off, and I can tell you why I know. I grew up when that was the national anthem, so that's what I sang in primary school. But I think that we will make it a task and tell the music department, the Unilag choir that prepared the Unilag anthem, which makes it easy for us to get it right, to also help us. And maybe we will give that will be Unilag's donation to Nigeria. So, why are we here? We're here to do what Unilag is known for. We're here to do what we were established for. We were established in 1962 as the first Nigerian university established by the federal government in response to national need. There was a committee pre-independence that looked at the human resource, then it used to be called manpower, human resource need of the nascent independent country, Nigeria. And that committee reported that Nigeria needed to have, in addition to the University College Ibadan, which was then a college of the University of London, a university that is ready to equip its students for the needs, the commercial, the developmental needs of the nascent Nigeria. Our university was established in 1962. We have never lost focus that we are developing the human resource for Nigeria and for the world. We may have, of course, we have always tried to equip. The needs of generations differ. And as the world evolves, we have tried to be responsive. And that was why in 2022, the current Vice Chancellor, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, OON, FAS, said that her agenda is to lead the University of Lagos into future readiness. And so the slogan, the University of the Future Ready University, came up. Immediately, we started to look at some of the things we needed to do to be able to deliver on that. We knew we had started to do some things, but we needed to scale up on doing those things, and we knew we needed to start doing new things. Some of the things that we had started to do was entrepreneurship. And I need, how many students here are year one students? You all participated in the IBIC program, didn't you? You all participated. The IBIC program is the University of Lagos Entrepreneurship, Innovation, Business Incubation Certification Program, which is supposed to stir up the latent entrepreneurial desires and potentials in our students. It is designed to take you through a whole program just like the Unilever UNICEF program is designed for. But we recognize its limitations, and its limitations are that it is designed to respond to students from year one on. And so we know we have left year 2 behind, we've left year 3 behind, we've left year 4, and in some cases year 5, which is why we're also ready to partner, as we are doing with Unilever and UNICEF, to deliver even programs of entrepreneurship to students at the other levels, or students who want whatever else they want to add to what it is that they're doing. I'm glad to let you know that there is, even when you are done with your business entrepreneurship training, as UNICEF may offer you, please know that there is a university, and I think during the orientation it was also. And if you're a student of Unilag who does not know where ESDC, that's the Entrepreneurship and Skills Development Center, is, please make sure you find it very close to, between Social Sciences Building and Creative Arts Building. Please take the tour of your campus and know the services that are provided for you. I always say our students think that because I know I'm old and information coming out that has my face on it, you probably just think nothing good can come out of that. What will these old people have to do? What do they have to offer? But I can tell you, please play around the university website and you will see all the opportunities waiting for you, even including international mobility exchanges. I need to let you know that at this point in time, in the last 4 years, 44 University of Lagos students have had internship opportunities at the Bank of America and Morgan Stanley. And at this point in time, Nigeria, Unilag is the only university in the whole world that has as many as 14 of its graduates in Bank of America. And all of those ones went through the internship process. So when I say that we are big on preparing our students for the workplace, and which is why we welcomed this initiative, students of Unilag, please know that we're with you. The reason we're doing this is to leverage every resource that is available to make sure that Unilag graduates, Unilag students while in school are already competent, capable, and by the time they are graduates, they have an edge. And I'm glad that you're here cooperating with us. Please pass this message to the others. Adding to this, you know, there are also other opportunities, and I think some of my colleagues will be speaking to that, like the Office of Career Development Services. I'm glad we're here today with Unilever. Last Friday, it was with the hospitality industry, led by Continental Hotel. Their manager and all their directors were here in University of Lagos in the Faculty of Social Sciences Lecture Theatre, sharing with our students the opportunities in hospitality industry. So students, please, when you see those flyers, they're serious. It's also about creating opportunities. Please let us take those opportunities seriously. And on the 11th, it will be the blue economy. Industry players in the blue economy will be here to share opportunities, career opportunities, entrepreneurial opportunities in the blue economy. And finally, let me say, our students and our alumni are our pride. There is no University of Lagos without its students who will become its alumni and who will tell its story to the world. And that is why when a Unilag student comes up with an initiative, the Unilag student has the support of Unilag. That is why we're here. I think when the call was out for the campus ambassadors, we had a student respond to the call, and that student made it. But one condition of it all was that the student had to obtain institutional endorsement. In other words, that the University of Lagos will back that student. And I can tell you, when it was minuted to my table by the Vice Chancellor, the first thing I said, I think, Prof, you sent it to the Vice Chancellor, who sent it to me as DVC Development. It was like, let me speak this language. It was, go on song. Let's just go on song. And so we endorsed it, and that is why we are here. So for us, I need to reiterate and let all our students know, you are important to us. My former Vice Chancellor used to say, you don't like students, go to a research institute. The only reason we're here is we love you. On some days, we may be exasperated. We may have all whatever, but deep, deep down in us, when you're not here over the long holidays and over Christmas, we know the difference. We love you, we appreciate you, we're here for you. Thank you.
I like that. Please, let's do that. If you're standing, please stand. That's a great speech. Thank you very much, ma. We really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, ma. Thank you very much. Please, let's have our seats. All right, right now we'll be having Mr. Bat Kondra again. We'll be having him again to come and give us the program introduction, the real reason why we are here, why we are having this seminar. He is going to come and give us the rundown for everything, and you will get to know why it is important for you to be here and for you to build your career as students. A round of applause as it comes up.
Thank you. Greatest Nigerian student. Greatest Kokites. Thank you. So I told you I'm going to come back. So now I'm going to talk about what is going to happen today and why is it important for you to be here. We already spoke about the partnership between UNICEF and Unilever and how we want to impact 700,000 young people in Nigeria by 2026. Now, that's a very, very tall order for any single organization to do. Even for UNICEF and Unilever, we had to really plan how we're going to approach this. So because it was a 3-year partnership, we divided the target into 3 parts. We are currently in the first year of the partnership. And in the first year, we decided that we're going to work with only 20 universities across Nigeria. So Unilag was featured in the top 20 universities for this FUCAP program. So round of applause for you. Of course, we know that Unilag is a very, very prestigious name. It's a great honor to be a student in Unilag, but all the management, the professors, they played a very, very key role in building this partnership. So a round of applause for your management and your teachers and DVC ma'am as well. So that is the first part. We decided that we're going to work with 20 universities. And when we go into these universities, there are 4 parts to our program. The first part is a career seminar. And this is where you are right now. You will witness a 4-hour career seminar today, where we will talk about certain skills that every young person needs along with their formal education. Whatever you are studying in Unilag, science, arts, maths, uh, theater, philosophy, sociology, whatever you are studying, that is great. But there are certain skills that every young professional needs right now in 2024 and beyond that will help you succeed in the workplace. So we're going to be talking about that. And we have very senior industry professionals from Unilever who are going to be delivering that training. And for example, you'll be hearing from Zainab very soon. She's a very senior industry professional in HR. Her role requires to interact with young people on a day-to-day basis. She's also responsible for directly hiring young people in Unilever. So she knows the inside best practices, common mistakes that young people do, and why a young person actually gets selected and some people do not get selected. So it'll be great to hear from her. You'll also hear from Timothy, who's also a senior HR professional who will talk about people management, team building, collaboration, which is a very important skill in the present day and age. All the big CEOs are known for their people management skills. They, of course, have technical skills as well, but they stand out because they manage people very well. So we're going to be talking about that. So that's going to be very interesting. So that's the first part, career seminar. The second part is the entrepreneurship skills course. Okay, let me start off by asking a question. How many of you have already done the Level Up entrepreneurship skills course? Can you raise your hand? I've done the course as well, so I'm raising my hand. Okay, so approximately 50 to 60%, not all. That's fine. If you've not done it, please, after this seminar, please do it. It's going to talk, the course will talk about, it will give you a framework of how you can develop new ideas. And once you develop new ideas, how you can implement those ideas and test your ideas on the ground. It gives you a mental framework on that. And if you're an aspiring entrepreneur, or even if you want to get into the, seeking for a job, we would love to hear from you how you're using these skills in your real life. Please reach out to Professor Suleiman or anyone, one of our volunteers, and share your experience. And if we find that story impactful, we promise to take it forward and share it with other people in the UNICEF and Unilever network as well. And one more thing, if you are one of those select young people who has already done the course, then, my dear friends, you are part of a very exciting raffle today. We are carrying, I think we are, DJ, can we just show the prizes, raffle prizes as well? We're going to put them on stage. We are carrying 4 smartphones and 1 Samsung tab with us, which we are going to give to students right here today on this stage. So if you are if you've already done the course, we will randomly choose 5 names, and the prizes will be given to you. If you're in the hall, and we just need to verify your identity through your ID card or through your email ID, we will give you the prize right away. But if your name is called and you're not in the hall, then what should we do? We will move on to the next name. Correct? Fair enough, right? So great. So hold on for that as well, because that's going to be happening in the next 3 to 4 hours. 5 people will walk away with a smartphone or a Samsung tab. Yeah, round of applause for that. So that's the second part. The third part is work experience. Again, probably the most important. As Godfrey also mentioned, they are here for you. And Unilever has quite generously opened up many internship opportunities for students from FUCAP. In fact, right now, there are 3 internships live on the Yoma platform. I'll talk about the Yoma platform as well. Opportunities in sales, opportunities in HR, opportunities in merchandising, they're right now live. But there are many more opportunities which are coming up. So we'll be sharing with you a lot more. And if you are part of FUCAP, then there's higher likelihood that you will get those opportunities as well. So we'll be sharing more information on that as well today. And the fourth part, because we are working with young people, we understand that all the learning that we are doing today, it has to be exciting, right? It has to be fun. So only one person is saying yes. Good. So during the course of the day, there will be a lot of competitions, quizzes. A lot of you will win prizes as well. We have smartphones and tablets, yes, but there are other prizes as well. The more you participate, the more prizes we are going to give out. So every time a person asks a question, there's a prize for you. Okay, so when Zainab or Timothy come on stage and they ask any questions, so I want to see a lot of hands up. I want to see very, very good participation from you. Do you agree? Great. So let's move on quickly, please. This is the overall agenda for today. But I think our MC will talk about it more, so let's move on. This is the entrepreneurship skills course. So again, if some of you who have not done the course, please ask for these details from any of the volunteers. You see a lot of volunteers wearing FUCAP t-shirts. Reach out to anyone and ask them, how can I access the entrepreneurship skills course? And they will immediately tell you. And do not worry, if you have not done the course right now, you're not part of the raffle today, but there are more opportunities. There are more raffles. There is a smartphone to be won every week. Okay? So please take this. More than 100,000 students from all across Nigeria has already done the course. And we are getting many, many exciting human stories, success stories from young people. So we're looking forward to receiving your stories as well, how you use these skills in your real life. Let's move on, please. And okay, so one more very important question. I think some of you who were present, who were the early birds, I had explained to them as well. As I mentioned that this FUCAP program is currently a very exclusive program for only 20 universities across Nigeria, right? And you are in the top of that selection process. But there is also a competition going on amongst those 20 universities. And how do we determine who's going to be on top? There are two factors. The first part is online participation. So we have an entrepreneurship skills course. The more students that do that course, the ranking of the university goes up. And the second is the offline participation, which is today. The more students that come and attend the event, the ranking of the university goes up. And based on those two numbers, we determine the rank of all the 20 universities. And if your university is featured in the top 3, then your university gets a special recognition and a special trophy from UNICEF and Unilever. And yeah, round of applause. And all the faculty members and all the volunteers, they will also get recognized. But more importantly, if your university gets featured in the top 3, that opens up the doors for many more opportunities to come in Unilag. As I mentioned, we have many things in the pipeline: scholarship opportunities, internship opportunities, job opportunities, voluntary, everything is lined up for you. So the higher your ranking is, the more chances that we will come back and do more programs with you as well. Let's move on to the next slide, please. These are the 20 universities. Let's move on. This is the, okay, I think this is enough now. So this is the snapshot of the entrepreneurship skills course. So thank you once again. Do you want your university to feature in top 3? Yes. So I look forward to active participation from you today. Best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kondra, for that explanation. And as a student that you're here, I hope that you already know what you have signed up for today. And you know that, as he said, we all love goodies and there are a lot of things, items to be won. So are we participating actively or not? So you get to start deciding that by yourself now. Okay, to continue the event, we would be having the first training session, and which is titled Choosing Your Path. And this is going to be given to us by Zainab Ajadi, the HR People Partner, Unilever Nigeria. A round of applause for her as she's coming.
Greatest Akokites. It's very lukewarm.
Your MC had said it's not heavy enough, it's not sounding like you're great. Your VC came onto the stage just a few minutes ago and said that your institution has been a premier institution in so many aspects of how young people have been developed in this country. So greatest Akokite. Great Akokite. That energy is great. It's a pleasure to be before you. My name is Zaina Bajadi. I'm a people partner at Unilever Nigeria PLC. I want to ask a question in this room. Does anyone know any of the Unilever brands that are in the market today? Because you shouted there and you missed it. Yes, so let me take you a bit back. And this is just to break the ice in the room. So, yes, when Unilever started, it had Blue Band as one of its brands. In fact, the history of Unilever is very interesting. I'm sure some of you have heard Lever Brothers. We used to be known as Lever Brothers, particularly in Nigeria. My colleague came up here and said we've been 100 years in 2023. And we plan to be here in the next 100 years. But I'll tell you how we've gotten here. Just a quick brief. So, in the 19th century, right, two organizations came together. One was from the Netherlands, a Dutch organization, and the other one was a British organization. Lever Brothers was the British one, and Unimajorin was the Dutch company. They came together because you can imagine what the turn of that century was like, where there was war towards the end of that century, where there was poverty prevalent amongst the heavy population of the British citizens. And so soap was very hard to come by because it was a luxury item. It used to be made in blood chunks. William Leverhulme decided, let us cut it into tiny bits so that people can afford it. Today, the reason why Unilever stands is because that kind of initiative is what drives the mission of the organization, which is to make sustainable living commonplace, which means everybody should be able to find what they need and use it. Without someone having a need, Unilever has no business doing business. And so, small packets of soap was born for people to be able to use to wash. That is the first story of Sunlight. Then Unimajorin, it was war. How were people that were in the war front going to be able to eat adequately food that hadn't gotten spoiled, that hadn't, that had to be cooked? There was no need to think about that because there was bread, and so margarine came into place. And the whole idea again was, how do we sustain that particular element so that people can actually eat? Unimajorin came up with different options of how, margarine can be sustained, different inventions of how it can be prolonged, how it can be converted from animal fat or which other kind of form of sustenance that could make it nutritious. However, by 1929, two organizations came together and decided to form Unilever. And that is why that organization, known as Lever Brothers in so many parts of the world, became Unilever. In Nigeria, Lever Brothers has started doing Sunlight business in 23, well before the merger. However, by the time we then decided to adopt Unilever, it was 2001. Because as an entity in West Africa alone, the Lever Brothers brand was quite strong. So yes, we used to Blue Band, but we sold it in 2018 to Upfields. And that's why I said not so much. Anybody else know another brand? Okay, so let us be orderly. I believe we have great leaders in this room. Let's do show of hands, and then we'll tell them to bring the microphone to someone who's selected. Where is the microphone, please?
Right. So let me start with the gentleman. The gentleman in blue. Your name, please, your department, and then give us an answer.
My name is Kola Femi, accounting
Do
department.
stand up. Thank you.
My name is Kola Femi, accounting department. The products that Unilever is Lipton, Dove,
Okay. Okay, so you said Lipton, Dove. Dove, you're correct. We sold Lipton. Yes. So the reason why, we're still in business is because we always look for advantage for the business so that we're constantly making sure that we evolve with the times. Lipton used to be a big brand for us, but a couple of years ago, we sold Lipton to a company called Ekaterra. So yes, though we still manufacture for them, but the brand belongs to Ekaterra. So you're correct with Dove. Anybody else? I mean, is it that nobody brushed their teeth this morning? Haba. Please, can you give it to the lady in the maroon hijab? I'm very big on diversity. Your name?
My name is Kapilat from Nursing Science Department. Close up here.
Close up. Please, can you give her a round of applause? All right. So let us not waste too much time. I can go on and on with what kind of brands we have locally. To start with, we have a major seasoning cube that some of you cannot eat jollof without. Aww. Okay, let me give it to somebody in the room. If you mention the wrong one, you upstage yourself. So to a guy this time around. Okay, I've not called anyone from this arm on the room. The guy with the face cap, the Nike face cap.
My name is Aoyemi Olatunji. I'm from Insurance Department, from Management Science. The name of the product, your seasoning cube, is No.
Please, can you give him a round of applause? How many of you like jollof rice? Akokite. How many of you like jollof rice? Hey. So you do not remember. So a major seasoning cube, household brand, Knorr. And then we also have Royco. Apart from close-up, we have Pepsodent. Okay. And then there's a particular product we use for babies. You see that from old to young, we touch lives. The lady in pink.
My name is Ifelwaro Sajo from Insurance Faculty of Management Sciences, Comfort and Persil.
Okay, I said for babies.
Okay, Comfort.
Okay. Not specifically for babies, it's also, it ranges across all ages, but you're warm. The lady
Johnson's.
in paisley black and white top, I heard you lamenting when I didn't call you. Hope you are not offended. Please do stand up. Grace us with your really beautiful self. Thank you.
My name is Grace Raphael, English education student, year 3. That's Cushion Baby Hoy.
Sorry?
Cushion Baby Hoy.
Cushions. Wow. That's another company's brand, though. And you were complaining. I said, don't upstage yourself. Chai. Now I'll go to a gentleman. Where are the gentlemen? Okay, yes. The gentleman in the t-shirt. Why are you looking down? You raised your hand, you're looking down. Your name?
My name
please?
is Oladipo Temililo. I'm chemistry department. So the brand that is used for babies is the Vaseline or Comfort.
Vaseline is one of our brands. It's a healing brand, right? So every age uses it. I said specifically for babies. So the lady in the black face cap. I like the energy in the room. There's a lot of knowledge here, so let us tap heavily into it.
Good morning. My name is Lillian Sukat from the accounting department. The brand is Pears.
Please, can you give her a round of applause? Beautiful. Now, I want to tell you something. Each one of these brands was somebody's idea. Somebody sat in a room and thought of it and proposed it, and then a group of people worked on the possibility of how useful it was, how viable that particular product is, how profitable the product will be for the business. So again, there's a lot that goes into how things happen to appear on shelves when you go into stores and you want to buy them, or you decide that you have a need and you want to actually find that particular product that meets that need. You in this room are examples of people with minds that would be behind the crafting, the design, the use, the need, the purpose drive, the conceptualization, the prototyping, and of course, finally, the production of not just products, it could be services. So let us talk about choosing your path. But quickly, before we do that, can I have the deck on there? Right. So a lot of you in this room, I am sure, are aware of where you want to be in the next 3 years. Can I say a show of hands? Next 3 years. Okay, that looks like 20% of the room. Some of you have an idea of what you want to be in the next 3 years. Show of hands. Okay. Some of you have no clue, either because you're doing a course you do not particularly like. Bear in mind that you're accepted to do the course. You could have chosen to wait another year, correct? Okay. So some of you, actually, not that you do not like the course. You started with a passion for the course, but along the way, you develop passion for something else, correct? So if you're in this room and you are totally in the space of, I really don't even know what my future is going to be like, because at the moment where I am totally unsure. Can I see a show of hands? I like the brave people in this room, because what you have to do is you need to walk away from this session with the question and burning desire to determine how you want to choose your path going forward. Please bear in mind that from today to next week to 2 months' time, your passion may evolve. Your desire may also evolve. What you actually are very, very particular about will also evolve. So if I can have the deck, the purpose of this session, please can we go back to the first slide? The purpose of this session isn't to pin down an exact career or a study path, but it's to help you to begin to think about what are the major points that should help you to make a good decision. Or better still, to begin to ask yourself the questions that should say, this is actually an opportunity for me to pivot and begin to find a way to make changes going forward. Correct? All right, so next slide, please. Yeah, so by the end of this session, you should be able to answer these 5 questions. The first one is, what are your options? The second one is, how do I choose between them? The third one is, what matters to me? The fourth one is looking at the practicalities. That is, what can I actually now really leverage and realize? Because sometimes some of these ideas, you feel it's so up in the air, it can never materialize. And it's simply because you haven't started to put the points in place and take the right steps to get there. And then, of course, we'll talk about what are your next steps from here on. So if we can go to the next slide. So let me quickly do a bit about me. I just recently said that your interests, there are 3 P's I focused on, right? One is purpose, the other is passion, And the last one, which is very, very important, is more of a question I'll put to you when I read through what I'm going to do. Along the way, you may begin to decide to change the course of your life. Your life is dependent on the career path, it's dependent on your study path, it's dependent on your, personal purpose and your passion, right? Am I right? Do you agree? Okay, so can someone in the room tell me what it is that they actually are very passionate about? And you believe that, your future would really thrive if you pursue that passion. The lady in front with the glasses, please.
Law.
Yes, please. Go on. What did you say?
I said law.
Love.
Law.
Law. Okay. Can you explain that to us? What about law is passionate for you? Why? I mean, because law is just a concept of how, people are governed, people abide by certain regulations of a society, etc. But what about it is a big drive for you? Because you say I can be passionate about EBA. You understand? But someone will be curious, why am I passionate about EBA? At the end of the day, it's only because I can eat it with okra. EBA on its own has no function or impact for me. Do you understand? So explain to us. And please get up. Let us interact with the room.
So what I'm really passionate about in law is, if you look around today, you'll notice that a lot of people have lost their humanity, right? And there are a lot of conflict.
They have lost their humanity.
Yes, ma'am. And a lot of conflicts rise up or spring up. And how can we try to resolve this conflict? That's why we need conflict resolution methods. And the law comes in place. And there are different methods that the law could bring up to resolve this conflict. And that is something I really love, because I really love it when people are able to be together in peace, in harmony, and in unity. And then I'm really particular about the way law, using not just law, but people and institutions can be able to achieve that.
Okay. Please, can you give her a round of applause? First, thank you for being brave to share that. Wait, we want to get to know why this is passionate. So let me ask you a question. If you're in a society, right, you were born into it, there is no governing standards in terms of how people should behave, what people should do or not do. Do you think you would say you're passionate about law?
I would.
What would you be passionate about law in that instance?
Well, basically, there will be anarchy, right? And then it's still based on, watching the scenario of people fighting. I generally don't like it when people are not in unity or when people have malice and that kind of thing. So I would still look for a way, okay, what can bring these people together? And then the law will still spring up. If there is a law, if there are rules, if there are regulations, if there are principles that have been put down that people can abide by, that is it.
Can I tell you that what you are passionate about is peace?
You could, but...
The lawyer in you wants to fight. So as much as you are trying to explain to me what it is, what I hear, what your passion really is to ensure there is a balanced equilibrium, there is peace, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if everything is orderly, there's no anarchy, because there are things in place to stop it, there will be peace, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So again, you can't stand chaos. You can't stand that people will go at each other and there will be disorderliness. As such, you are passionate about law. Do you see how it was that I had to break down what it was to really get to the core of what your true passion is? You said you cannot stand two people fighting. You can't. In its essence, you broke it down to its most basest moment where something degenerates, because it can be two groups fighting. It can be two countries at war, correct? But in this instance, you broke it down to just two individuals, which once you are no longer one person, you become a community the moment you're two, correct? And so you said the reason you're passionate, you said law. Immediately you said law, I said, law is so broad, right? But at the center of it all, the reason why you probably are driven towards law is because you do not want anarchy and you do not want disorderliness. And the essence of it is that there should be constant peace, equilibrium, no disorder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Please, can you give her a round of applause? So I had said there are 3 P's. I had said one is passion, one is purpose. Now, the reason why she was able to stand up and be so particular about it is because she is already practicing law, correct? So she has started to get her priorities right. That is the 3rd P. I hope you understand. But let me then ask you one further question. You are the most prime person here because you spoke. In the next 3 years, how do you see yourself using your law, your legal knowledge that you've acquired? Your knowledge on law. So, for example, what is that ideal role you see yourself being in the next 3 years?
I'll probably be like, okay, practically, if I'm to be practical, next 3 years I'll still be in school. So I'll probably be a dispute resolution like individual, and probably I'll practice with people around me because I wouldn't be like practicing. So I'll be practicing with people around me, probably my roommates, my friends, and
so practicing what exactly?
Okay, peacemaking.
Okay.
How like to be a moderator, you know, trying to ensure that there isn't conflict and like how we can, even though conflict necessarily will like arise, that one is definite. How we can do this peacefully without like it becoming so clustered or becoming so massive that we can't resolve it anymore.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Do you ever at any point plan to use your law degree?
Yes, I do.
What do you want to use it for?
Okay. I probably haven't thought that much, but then I probably like, I've envisioned myself probably working.
Working where?
In a law firm.
Doing what?
Handling cases, solving disputes.
Great. So please, can you give her a round of applause? She said she hadn't thought that far at a point, right? But I can guarantee you she's going to leave this room thinking further. Not only that, you'll be thinking about which law firms, which are the big law firms, or which kind of law firm actually suits the values that I drive. You know, there are times when some people will say, I won't join certain law firms because all they do is divorces. Some people will say, oh no, I'll join this particular because it's only corporate law that they manage. Do you understand? So again, your priorities will begin to play through because you now begin to think about what aligns with the 3 Ps, what you're passionate about, you know, what you have prioritized for yourself, right? And what was the 3rd one? Your purpose, which is to ensure peace at all times, correct? So, right, let me tell you something about me. So I started as a network engineer. In fact, my first degree is in electronics and computer engineering. Yes, it's very interesting. And I even went as far as getting a master's degree. And I had worked for a telco company as a network engineer for 3 years. As I stand before you, I can splice fiber. Yes, I can splice fiber. I can set up network system for a bank. Is that interesting? But I had a career change after I finished my master's. My purpose was no longer focused in engineering. Why had I tread the path of engineering? Everybody around me was an engineer. My father was an engineer. My uncles were engineers. All the example of success stories were engineers in my life. And so they were my role models. When I was growing up, I hadn't had that alternate opportunity to delve properly into what purpose concept really meant for me. I just wanted to exemplify what success stories looked like in my vicinity. Do you understand that? And so I trailed that well into my 20s. Right? However, After a while, I started to work with people. I started to work with brands. I started to work with organizations that basically used to conceptualize brands, not just products, but even people brands as well. And I realized that I really enjoyed the people factor of doing that kind of job. It still hadn't struck me that that was what I really wanted to pursue until I joined Unilever. And that was where my career change happened. So if you ask me today, what are my superpower skills? I'll tell you I'm great at project management. I'm a talent catalyst because what am I doing in front of you? Am I not catalyzing you? Yeah? Am I not stimulating you for a better future? And then also I would say I am great at people management because every day of my life, I live my purpose by being a people partner at Unilever, constantly helping people through their life journeys within the organization. And then, I'm great at business development. FUCAP is an example of that. Concept building, conceptualizing, and then actualizing in partnership with my colleagues in UNICEF, correct? All right, so part of my job that I love is bringing excellence to life every day. And so excellence for me is not all of you sitting here today. Something struck me heavily this morning, and that is that excellence, the look of excellence from FUCAP, is that a number of people that will walk away from this room today very deliberate about how they are going to change the future and impact the world. That is going to be a great success story. It's very organic. It's not something that can easily be linked to this room, right? Because there will be other factors and influences. But truth of the matter is, it's one of those really significant things. And so, making meaningful changes for the benefit of a collective, making sure that everybody benefits from something, that is one of my greatest achievements in life. I don't just do it at work, I'm always constantly living it at home as well. And that is my purpose in life. So, like I said, my first career I started with as a network services engineer. Today, I'm a people partner. So the skills I needed back then were different. The skills I have today are completely off tangent from what I had before. If you say what was it that were my experiences back then, I used to resolve technical network issues, connectivity issues for key customers like banks and organizations that used to have different branches all over the world, or all over the country, but needed to be able to communicate data back to one source. But today, what I'm doing is, I'm here deploying youth employability initiatives, correct? I'm also ensuring, I said earlier, that employee life cycle, from the moment they join an organization until the moment they exit the organization or retire, I take them through their life journey in the organization smoothly, right? That is what I do as a people partner. So, that is a bit about me. And so basically, what we're saying today is, you will start with a notion today. It will evolve into something for you next year. But I can guarantee that the moment you start to really think about your purpose and your passion and then trying to prioritize how you get there, they will constantly evolve till you get to that thing that makes you fulfilled. Am I correct? All right, so next slide. I will do this exercise with you. I just need 3 people in the room. If you know exactly what you want to do, raise your hands, please. Exactly what you want to be, where you want to be. I've already tested you, madam. Okay, a gentleman this time around, please. There are just gentlemen in the room. The gentleman in white shirt. If you know, on a scale of 0 to 10, you're bang in the middle. You're neither here nor there. You have ideas of what you want to do. You've toyed around a number of options of how you want to get there. Can I see a show of hands? A woman this time around, the lady in the blonde dreads with the white bracelet, yes. And then finally, you have absolutely no clue. Because all of you are going to relate with all of these 3 individuals in the room. Absolutely no clue. A gentleman again, please. You have absolutely no clue. Yes, sir. If you can come up to the stage. Thank you all. Please come up to the stage. Please, can you give them a round of applause? So what I want to do here is that I want to point out to you that there are so many options that you can explore. However, what is important is that if you can go into the center, please, right here. What you need to focus is, of those options, which one best suits me? And which one is going to catapult me to that space where I can make the kind of difference and impact I want to make? A lot of you don't want to become president of this country. Or do we have presidents of this country in this room? If you don't want to be president, let me see show of hands. Why? Continue. Right? If you want to be president of a country, let me see a show of hands. So again, you see there are diverse concepts of what you want to be, the really great role of impact in your mind is that you want to be able to become in the future, right? But most importantly is that there are so many paths to get there. The same way you have someone that is an accountant that can become president is the same way you can have somebody that is an engineer that will become president. Am I correct? However, what is important is that how do you want to explore it? How do you want to tread that line to that particular final goal? And what is very important is how you start. And then how you begin to also mold your thinking so that you are going to get to where you want to get to. So, who is at the spectrum end of zero? Doesn't know, has no clue. That's you. Who has no clue? Yes, no. Oh. So let me ask, what did you think you're standing here for? That means you weren't listening. So we need somebody that actually has no clue or no idea of how they want to proceed from here to the course they are studying, what they're doing, what kind of role they think they can get in the future. They're not even sure of. They don't have a clear thought or a clear line. Or maybe they have an idea, but they have no clue what the outcome is going to be. Is that you? Okay, so you will step down for somebody else. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. So someone in the room that has absolutely no clue is a very brave and, yes, it's a very, very brave place to be. So you have absolute clue. You are sure, 100%, 10. You're in the middle, so come in here. You're bang in the middle. Okay, so tell us, when you say you are fulfilled, what role do you see yourself actually engaged in? What are the steps you believe you need to get there? Just those two things. And then tell us your name before you start and what course you're studying.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Elijah Eniola Olubi. I'm a law student. I'm in my second year. Yes, so I'm studying law because that's my passion. That is what I wanted to do. Right from when I was young, I've always been ringing it in everybody's ear. I want to study law, and I'm glad God made it come to pass very, very easily. So thank you very much. So what spurred that passion for law? It's definitely the fact that I won't say I'm not privileged, but then I lived among people that didn't really have access to so many things. I lost my dad at a very young age. I had to go through, I went through a lot of things. So I have this passion to be able to help humans, basically women and children, because currently in Africa, women and children are the ones that are going through wars. They don't have enough opportunities, they don't have enough things at their disposal. So So thank you very much. So I'm going to be an human rights activist. That's my major passion, my major pursuit in life. Because yes, I had so many human rights activists growing up, people that told me, yes, you can get there, people that helped me and assisted me, and that has been like an incentive for me to pursue this my dream as a lawyer. And then moving on, where do I want to find myself? I want to find myself in a position, maybe in a firm, basically a firm that acts like a huge human rights knowledge and all of that. And then I want to see myself trying to push women, push children to achieving their goals without bias, discrimination and all of that. And basically in Africa to reform and change the minds of everybody in general regarding what a woman can do and what a child can do. Because currently, I will continue to say it, women are underestimated, and when they try to come out, people will try to bring out equality and equity, but that should not be the issue. The issue should be, should women be given the right to do this? Should women have the opportunity to come out of the shadows that they are placed in and do what they are meant to do what they love to do? So that's my passion, and that's where I want to find myself in the next 3 to 4 years. Thank you very much.
So my last question is, what are the steps?
Okay. Yeah, the steps to get there. Basically, first and foremost, I'm studying law. That's like the most basic steps to get there. That's like going to give me the things I will need for my arsenal, the laws and everything. And then moving forward, I've been trying to participate and do volunteer work, community service and all of that, NGOs, work in NGOs, to make sure that, yes, these women and children have the opportunities they are meant to get. Also, I'll be going into ADR, Alternative Dispute Resolution, which is going to help in my human rights fight. Because, yes, not everybody has money to go to court. Not everybody has money to challenge put a case forward. So definitely when you have an ADR or human rights society, you can help people fight their cases without even getting to court, because I had an issue and it was resolved that way. So yes, that's one of the steps I'll be taking. Also, I'll be putting myself out for opportunities like that are related to human rights, women development and child development. Yes, I even did one just yesterday. I signed up for this WHO program, and I hope I'm selected for the program. Yes, so it's basically dealing with human rights, women rights, children rights as a volunteer.
Please, did you feel the passion? Did it sound purposeful? Does he have his priorities right? Uncle, you can step up the stage. A resounding round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oja Grace. I'm a third-year student of mass communication, majoring in public relations and advertising. So I'm caught up between going for my entrepreneurship skills, which is beauty, makeup, nails, cosmetology, and all that. And I'm also caught up between mass communication. I'm majoring in public relations and advertising. Yes, so I have a very great flair for storytelling, creative writing, and writing copies, like compelling copies for brands, you know, like for brand strategy, brand management, and all that. So I'm caught up between going for my entrepreneurship skills or launching a career in advertising.
So give her a round of applause, please. Let me ask you something. Do you feel like you have a bigger passion for one of these more than the other?
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm saying that I'm caught up between the two, because I love doing both. I love doing my entrepreneurship like skills, and I also love advertising. I have a great passion for advertising.
So can you tell me, do you think that you could combine both opportunities?
Yeah, I can. Yes, because presently I write copies for my brands. When I do like flyers and videos, and my post on like Instagram, my social media accounts, I do like my copies, I do my social media management, and etc.
So if you believe you can combine both, what do you think are the necessary steps to ensure that none suffers for the other? What do you think you need to think through, put in place?
Okay, I think I need to put in place balance first of all. Yes, in a form like the one that is my business, I'll probably make time to, how do I put it, I'll make time for my business at the other side, and also for developing my skills in advertising, which is copywriting, brand strategy, and all that.
Can you do one of them as a remote job?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sure,
Which
I can.
one?
Copywriting. I presently do freelance copywriting.
And the other one is a physical job,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am, yes.
It's hands-on.
Yes.
So you can combine it. It can become a hybrid.
Yes.
So you see, the beauty of it is that most of the entrepreneurs of today started with some concept of being an employee. But eventually what they are now is they are employers, correct?
Yes.
So again, this is what I'm saying. You need to start thinking through what your options are. How can you actually modulate between them? Which one holds much more passion and you feel more fulfilled with at the end of the day? You understand?
Yes.
Is it possible for you to put a balance, even if it's more than 2? You might have 3. Is it possible for you to put a balance between all 3 options, right?
Yes.
How do you do that? You do a timeshare. Maybe you want to do something on weekends as part-time, and then you want to do something as a full-time. It takes most of your weekdays. You know, so these are the kind of things we're talking about when we say you think through your options, and then you start to build priorities. You start to put down the point. So how does this work? Can I do them together? Is it possible for me to actually merge them at some point? Or do I just need to do a time portioning for these aspects in my life? So again, you will find out that not only do you have lecturers that are changing the lives of young people in this room, but they all have businesses, they all have consultancy arms of their own lives. And, you know, they actually impact other businesses to do better just because they have a knowledge that can make a difference in those spaces. So they don't want to just leave it in the classroom. They take it out there into the real world, correct? So it's possible that you need to think through the options you have, worry about, is it possible? What can I do? This is where I would feel fulfilled. I don't want to give this one up for the other, but start penning how you want to take the steps towards what will make you really fulfilled, right? And you know, you might wake up next year and really be drawn more to building maybe a chain of hairdressing salons than you are to copywriting. It can happen, but I'm just telling you that at the moment, at the position and time you are in today, if you can layer both of them just like you've thought through, right? You can layer them together. But more importantly is think about your priorities, how you can achieve them, and most importantly is how fulfilled would you be at the end of it all. Not so that you are dragging yourself as a body. You're an empty shell. You go to work every day. You are so sad at your core because you're not where you want to be. You're not doing what you desire. Some people make so little money doing something that they are so passionate about. My dear lawyer friend that just stepped off, his advocacy for women's rights and creating equality for women and children and giving them a platform to be heard is so strong that I'm sure he will do volunteer work for basically nothing. And so sometimes, though the motivator is really what? What's the big motivator? No, it starts with M. What's the big motivator? Money. Because you need to eat tomorrow morning. Right? Who will do that for you? You. So even though the great motivator is money, usually at the end of the day, fulfillment takes a very, very big part of how and who we are and how we look back at our own achievements at the end of the day. There are so many people that are great achievers today, they are not feeling fulfilled. It's because there's something still that they still need to do in order to get to that point. And it doesn't matter at what stage in life it comes, but you just need to be the kind of person that thinks about how you layer the 3 Ps. Your passion, your purpose, and of course your what? Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that. All right.
My name is Ajayi Fumilayo. I'm a student of Biz Admin.
Okay. So, what do you want to do? What year are you in?
200.
Okay, so in the next 6 years, how do you see yourself?
Doing business, of course.
Doing what?
Business.
What kind of business? So let me ask you, when you wake up in the morning, if somebody gave you $1 million today, what would you be happy to do with that $1 million?
Trying to invest in something that will bring out profits.
Invest in what?
I can buy shares of banks and any other available resources at that point of time.
Why do you want to make profit? You already have so much money.
It will finish one day.
It would?
It will finish one day. So
It would?
finish. So I have to make more to keep it.
So your purpose is just to get up, make money so that you can be okay.
Maybe for now.
Eh?
Kind
Because,
of.
you know, the first thing she said was she will invest. She's not even interested in, she will start one business. Or she just wants to make sure the money will grow. Correct? So can I say that today your only drive and motivation is survival? You have nothing else. What are you studying again?
Business admin.
So if you were given an absolute option of you have to do a job, tomorrow you cannot eat, you have no roof over your head, you have absolutely nothing, but you have to do a job. What kind of job would you be comfortable doing that you feel like you'd be happy to go to in the morning? You've never thought about it. Why? For someone that likes money, you have to start thinking about what that motivator, great motivator for you should be in the morning. So should I ask you a question? Do you do any online trading? You don't do FX. You don't do any of those Okta FX things. But you will invest the money they give you. Okay, so I hear 3 things. First one is that you don't want to lack, ever. You seem like if you're given the opportunity of a lifetime, the first thing you think about is growing that through investment. I think you should start looking to understand how people grow money that way. It's not far off from what you're studying. You understand? Right? And so understand why people would decide to invest in something because it would yield more profit and higher value for them, right? Thirdly, you are not even sure about the fact that if you have to wake up tomorrow morning, you will even get up and say, you know what, I want to start an entertainment business because I am interested in seeing people bring creativity to life. That is not something that you have thought of. You've not thought about, I want to be one of those people that I have a product out there and people are using my product and it's making a difference in their life. You're not thinking about that either. So again, it's important that you start to want to give purpose to your life. And what I would say is this, for you to get there, you need to think of yourself as having absolutely no help and no opportunities, and you have to sustain life. What would you do? That is the first question that you need to start with going forward. So for all of you that have absolutely no clue, no idea, you don't feel motivated by anything, you don't feel driven by anything, there is no element that gets you up to say, you know what, I am going to change the world a different way because of this. Or I want to change my life and be a certain place by so and so time. If you have that kind of context where you don't have that, no push, no motivation, no purpose, you need to start thinking about one thing. If you are absolutely without the support of your parents, your guardians, your financial support system, absolutely with nothing, and you have to make sure that you can survive tomorrow, what is that thing that you would absolutely be happy to even pick up and do? Right? That is where you need to start thinking from. With that, the next course of it is, how fulfilled will you be? What are the things that you find valuable in that space? Is it money? Is it the environment? Is it the kind of people you will engage there? Etc. Right? And so, again, when you are at that base bottom, think about the greatest motivator, which is survival. You have absolutely nothing to rely on, but you need to be a self-starter on your own, what will you do? So thank you for being brave. Please, can you give her a round of applause? So if we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so we had spoken about a number of things. However, these are the generic options for someone in your space that is pursuing an educational background. You either want to further your studies because maybe you want to toe the line of an academician, or you want to actually research a particular element or concept in society, whatever the case may be, so that you can create value for people, or you begin to think about how quickly you want to get into the world of work. How many people want to work in top-tier organizations? How many people want to work for themselves? Okay. So again, when we talk about, apprenticeship and internships, for those of you that want to work for yourselves, and for those of you that want to work for others, you fall into this bucket because you need to know what kind of skills it is to sustain a business or run any kind of organization all by yourself if you want to be a future employer. If you want to be that go-to employee, that expert, they call you the undisputed cardiac doctor, that doctor that is a heart doctor. You can't question it. He's had no debts on his table. He touches your body, you will heal, right? You want to be that kind of talent, an expert in your field. You also need to toe the line of work experience. And with that comes, having a job that allows you to get hands-on learning through apprenticeships and internships. Can I see a show of hands of those that have actually applied for any form of apprenticeship, volunteerism, or internships? I'm actually surprised that all our volunteers are not raising their hands. All of you that have helped to coordinate this project, manage people, mobilize your fellow students into this room. Please, can you give them a round of applause? It's the best form of volunteerism I can find. Right? And then finally, of course, employment. Usually, when you start off as a new employee, fresh out of school, graduate, you have no real core work experience other than the, maybe 6 months, 3 months internship attachments you do with different organizations, correct? And so, that most of what you will be able to become an expert at, you learn while you're on the job, correct? Yeah, so eventually, whether you are an employer or an employee, employment is the final stage, and those are the 3 generic options. Now, you will find that in most cases, right, people will probably branch out or add on or combine all 3 elements at some different stage of their life. You will find someone that, while they are interning in an organization, they are also doing part-time postgraduate study, because they want to get a doctorate degree and teach students in University of Lagos. At the same time, they are hoping that they would eventually become CEO of Unilever Nigeria PLC, correct? Correct? And so the options can be as separate as they are, also in a way that you can combine them, depending on the timing in your life, the priorities you set, how you want to take the steps to get to where you're going, so that you achieve what at the end of the day? Fulfillment. Please, can you give him a round of applause? Thank you, you were listening. Please, can you give me one of the packs? He's winning a pack by default because he's the greatest listener in this room. Please. Can you give him a round of applause? Thank you. I said that there's a way it's very hard to organically actually measure when you've made impact. People will walk away from this room and they will begin to start to think differently about their lives and the course and what steps they want to make. I feel very greatly that I have made one person. Very greatly. And so I'm very proud of that. Thank you. Right, so next slide. So at the end, like I said, fulfillment is about you thinking about what matters to you most. And in those 3 areas I had called out, which I said there's the option of you furthering your study, there's the option of you becoming an apprentice or taking up an internship, and then finally, really, really delving into employment, either as an employer or an employee. What is most important is that when you're making these decisions, you think about certain things. What are the skills you need? So when you're thinking about those, your priorities, how do you want to take those steps? You need to think about, okay, I want to become a lawyer I want to work as a lawyer in United Nations, driving the agenda of gender equality for women particularly, right, in Africa. You think about what kind of skills you particularly need to be able to land that kind of role. You also need to think about strengths that are required in order to excel in that particular role, right? What are your own personal values? The things that are your true north compass. So I'm talking about the thing that really is so valuable to you. So you will find some people will not work in certain organizations. Maybe they'll say, oh, I can't work for a company that produces stimulants. Maybe I would rather work for a company that, people cannot have impaired judgments. I really don't want to be the one that works with an organization that has products that impairs people's judgments. No. Those are the kind of things you start to think about when you're talking about your values. Or I want to work for an organization that really is about humanity. The purpose behind them, the mission, the vision, is to ensure that humanity at the center of it all is balanced, is in harmony. Right? There are people that will choose certain organizations or certain fields or spaces or countries, even work in specific countries, because the values you want to live through in your life will come alive in the kind of job you're doing in those certain spaces. So those are the things that will be your values, your passion, and then they will be your great motivators. But at the end of it all, the practical consideration, the things that will make you say, you know what? It will not be Shell, it is Chevron that I will work with. Or it will not be Chevron, it is an oil servicing company that I will work with. It will be on the kind of things that are called real practicalities that are very essential to you. So it might be money. Maybe the money one of the organization is planning to give you is more than the other. You'll be working less hours than the other one. Or you'll be traveling the world like my friend Bharat is living his purpose. Here he is all the way from India, making a difference in the lives of Nigerian children. Am I right? So again, it might be those kind of priorities that will be drivers as to why you then decide, what you choose at the end of the day. Money, geography in terms of location, the working hours. I have my colleague here. Please, can you give him a microphone? I want to ask him a question. I'm putting him on the spot. Timothy, you and I are people partners, correct? How many days a week are you in the office?
3 days in the office and 2 days work from home.
Why?
The culture of the organization allows you to have an hybrid style of work. Okay, which also help you to be able to manage yourself, your well-being, and also to prioritize the task that you are being paid for to do.
Please, would you want to work for Unilever? So again, those are the kind of considerations. I mean, do you think someone that works in a bank can work from home? A nurse, can they work from home? But why is a nurse a nurse? They decided that they want to help people that are ill, correct? They see fulfillment in every day someone came in sick and they walked out healed, correct? So again, the practicalities, the priorities that really matter to you are some of the reasons you will choose in order to define what it is you want. So please, next slide. So again, looking at those practicalities that I said, what might the difference be between a small and a large company? I had said that, right? You might not want to work for a large organization like Unilever because you are thinking to yourself, I will be working with over 20 people in one day. You will literally be having connection, conversations, sending emails, communicating with people across the world, maybe 20, 30 people in a day. Whilst all you want to do is you want to walk into an office where there's only one accountant. You speak to one accountant. There's only one HR person. You speak to one HR person. If you need support from IT, there's only one IT person, right? It's not a big organization such as ours, it's a small organization, because that way you feel more centered. When you speak and work with people you can immediately connect to. Not that you are working with somebody in India, you're working with somebody in America, you're working with somebody in Canada on one particular project. You understand that? Okay, so what sort of things might differ in the working culture of different organizations? Like I said, some of you might be the kind of person that, you know what, you have to leave your house. You don't believe in, you wake up in the morning, you now go and sit down in one corner with laptop and be working. No, that's not okay for you. You actually want to leave the house and go to work and come back. That is fulfillment for you, right? Okay, so again, what have you heard about different aspects of working culture? Like I had spoken to you about Unilever. We have a hybrid working system that allows you to work on and off. Also, we're very, diversity and gender inclusive when it comes to how are our management people being considered, how are our people, top level people being selected, right? We're a very inclusive environment. So these are the kind of things that you would go and do research on, understand organizations, be very familiar with their culture, what would really work for you, what you're interested in. And even you, if you want to start your organization and you want to be a fair employer, a responsible employer, what kind of work culture environment do you want to drive? Do you want to make your people very competitive such that, unfortunately they would come to work competing for some form of reward from you, and for you, you think you are getting some satisfaction from it? Some people would. Maybe they like the competitive environments they put their employees in, but is it toxic or is it very, very positive? These are the kind of things you will begin to think of even when you want to start out as an employer. Next slide, please. So I had spoken through reputation, size and stability, the number of employees, the size of the organization, money at the end of the day, correct? And then, location, do you want to travel? Is the job taking you away from family? Would you rather stay closer to family? Or are you finding fulfillment in being able to grow through, working in different regions and coming back with real good information and knowledge that would even help you back home? Or the working culture, or the approach to work, what kind of, like I said, I just spoke about creating a competitive environment in your own business. Is it ideal? Do you think it's good? Does it create toxic environment? Or do you want an environment whereby you create a really structured reward system, people vibe for the reward system, is fair, is just, and people are in harmony in the work experience, in the work environment? Do I have any questions from the room at this point? So I'll just take 2 questions because I'm out of time. 1 female, 1 male. The gentleman with the beanie cap.
Hi everyone, I'm John J. Talake, second year law. Thank you so much for taking us through all. So my question is that all these things you've listed out on making research on the practicability of where you'd like to work, how easy is it getting this information?
Do you have data on your phone?
I do.
That's how easy. Do you have a browser?
I do.
That's how easy. The amount of information, researched information that people have actually taken years to put together in order to tell you that this information is viable, is data proof, that is on the internet today is unbelievable. Really, you are living in the best age. I don't think I did. You're living in one of the best ages. And I know maybe in another 20 years you will think the people in that generation are living in the best age. But I think the information you need is in between your finger thumbs. Just tell it what you want to know.
Thank you.
Yeah? All right. I know there's one more slide. Yeah, so the next steps we are talking is you need to make sense of the options available to you. Choose which few you want to explore, or how you want to layer them, or what course of life you really want to live. Some people, it might be that your goals are 3 and they look like they are separate, but you will prioritize them in terms of how important they are to you. So some people, it might be money, fulfillment, and of course, living their passion every day and going through their purpose. But some people, it might be money. Tell them to come and carry basket every day, and you pay them 1 million naira. It's okay. You know, it's just money. That is their great motivator and priority in life. Now, think about what motivates you, personally, so that you create a career path that satisfies you. So again, like I said, consider the practicalities that will impact your choices. That is how you are able to pick up a pen and itemize your priorities and your next steps. Right? So it is one thing for you to even know what your priorities are. I have to go to school. I have to finish my degree. While I'm in school, I want to do internship and apprenticeship with WHO, with United Nations. I'll do 2024 WHO, 2025 United Nations, etc. Right? And then finally, you just say you would then use that to make sure that, like your DVC said, there is a particular World Bank initiative that they partner with, and that you have 14 Unilag students currently as employees in that institution. Do you want to explore that? It's open. Do you want to be an exchange student in order to build, a career channel for yourself? The moment you leave the shores of where you are expanding your options, right? Your option is not limited by geography again. So start to think about how you really want to live that wholesome and fulfilled life for yourself. And if you have absolutely no clue how you want to start it, like again, I had said, just start with the basic elements. What would you get up tomorrow for? You have absolutely nothing to help you. What would be that great stimulant for you that you would feel like, you know what, this is all I can do, and I don't mind doing this to make a dime. Correct? All right, so the last question is from... You've been waiting. Please can you give her the microphone?
So my name is Biduni Sabita.
Yes?
Political science student.
Yes.
I have a number of things. My own purpose is for me to impact in life and to solve problems. So in doing that...
What kind of problems? You can solve math. 2 + 2 is...
Yeah, I know, but then...
You solved a problem.
I want to solve human problems.
What kind of human problems?
Okay, I love to design. For instance, I am a UI/UX designer. I love
You're a what?
UI/UX designer.
Okay.
I love to design apps that people would use, and it will solve 1 or 2 problems for them.
What kind of problems for them?
Like I want to design. For instance, my future passion is for me to start designing civic technology tools that would engage public participants and that will promote transparency in governance.
Okay.
So that's one of the problems. But the challenge I have is that I have my passion, my goals is for me to solve problems. But I think I can do well in so many things. I'm a writer. I'm a UI/UX designer. I want to be a public speaker. I want to be a leader. I don't know if I can match everything together. Is it all right for me to just be all of that? Because I think doing each of these things is actually fulfilling my purpose. I'm actually going to be solving one problem or the other. Or I should just streamline and focus on one. I don't know which to do.
Let me ask you, if for any reason you can't do one of them, would you wake up tomorrow morning feeling really dejected?
Yes.
Okay, so I need somebody in the room to answer this for her. If you were listening clearly, right, what do you think she can do? She said she wants to be a leader, right? You also want to be a designer, correct?
Yes.
You also want to be, what was the first
A
thing?
writer,
A
public
writer,
speaker.
and a public speaker. Those 4 things. Can someone tell me if it's possible for her to layer them together? Absolutely, it's possible. Would anybody call me a public speaker? Would anybody say I have the potential to lead? It is possible, right? However, what it matters is that you need to be deliberate to leverage those opportunities in order to be able to bring all of those things together. One of them would possibly outshine the other, but then again, it's about how you bring them all together, what kind of steps you take, what opportunities you constantly leverage to build into those things. Some of them would probably not materialize because the opportunities does not present itself, or for you to actually extend capability to do it is very hard. Maybe location would take you away from, family life or home life, so it will be harder for you to go and do public speaking somewhere. Do you understand? Or you find a balance of sorts. But I'm just saying that it is possible. You just need to be very deliberate and think about how you want to utilize your time for all those things. All right. So, any other question? One last question. I'm sorry. I have pushed my time by 15 minutes, and I know that they need me off the stage. I am sorry. So in order to bring it to this side of the room, I will choose this gentle lady in front. Your hand has been up. Yes, please.
Regarding those three people you called out, the person that was at the middle, she had one issue, she had one that is mass comm, which is a degree, like a school course.
That's what she's studying.
Something on Anton, so for somebody that has issue that has two things that need certificates, just like you said, you went into engineering and then HR. How were you able to delve from engineering? Engineering is still completely different from.
I don't have a degree in HR.
Okay, yes, okay,
in people management, but I've taken certification courses. I've taken myself on that journey. So you need to be a bit more deliberate in what you want to use to get there. So you don't necessarily. You will find people that will actually go on and take a new degree.
Okay, exactly.
Yes. I know someone that has 3 degrees, 3 bachelor degrees in different, very off-tangent courses. All because he couldn't still find his center and his core. And is currently practicing what he really enjoys today as a lawyer. You can imagine how long it took for him to become a lawyer, because he still go to law school after his degree, right? So again, you need to ask yourself what would give you true fulfillment, and then most importantly, what will motivate you every morning to get up the next day. But I know that a primary motivator for everyone is usually what will pay me the most. There are people that they started with law and they went back into petroleum engineering because they knew that that was where the money was for them, in the geography of country they live in, right? So you just need to really prioritize what is really important to you. If you can't layer them together and you have to choose, prioritize what you are willing to live with and without tomorrow morning, and you still feel fulfilled. Does that help?
It does, yes.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Please continue to appreciate her. She really did well. She really did well. If you know that you learned something, appreciate her. Clap for her, please. Thank you very much, ma'am. We are so grateful for the time that you have took to educate us and open our eyes and enlightening us at that session. It was really, really, and indeed a great time. Now, just before we continue with the event, it's something to just, relieve our mind. And if you remember when Mr. Barrett was talking, he said that there is raffle draw for those who are taking the course. So yes, it is time for us to have the raffle draw now. And there's a lot to be given on that. And also, if you know that I have taken the course, please raise your hand. Wow. Wow. That's amazing. Wow. So if you've taken the course, we would like to get feedback from you as to your experience taking that course. So if you would do that, as the raffle draw is going on, you could just meet with me here, because we would like to hear from you, share your experience with us. Because if there's anybody that hasn't taken it, so as for that person to know that there's something they're missing out from, and they should hurry to do that. So I would like Mr. Albert here is going to be taking charge of the raffle draw. Appreciate him, please.
No, don't clap now. They will not give out the phones. All right, who is excited? Who is ready to win one of the phones? The people at that side, if you're not excited, and those up, you're not excited. Are we excited? Do we have Akintunde Stephen here? Akintunde Stephen, are you here? You know him, and he's not here. We move ahead. Raymond Robinson Alkima, are you here? Where? You're not here. All right, next. Omotoyosi Ojonupe, are you here? Mba Oji Chinenyenwa Esther, are you here? No. Adeoje Modupe Olu.
Adeoje Modupe Olua Francisca.
Ajibola Akim, are you here? Ogunleye Muiz. Abdul Karim Halimat Kikilomo. Fagbemi Taiwo Favor. Hey, calm down now. Chill. Fagbemi Taiwo Favor. Adetu Temilade Temi Olua. She here?
Oh, wow.
Abdul Basit Akimbade, are you here? Abdul Basit Akimbade, he's up, please. You see, those are the gallery. See when I say, all right, come down. Can you jump or you want to use the stairs? All right, I would like to invite Zainab. Is she? All right, so Timothy. Okay, so we have 4 phones and 1 tablet. It's just one that is going off now. Yes.
Fire, baby. Fire, baby.
Let's not celebrate first. He has to come with his ID card now so that we are sure that he's the one. Abi, before somebody will go and claim another person's name, Abi. All right. But Unilag students don't do that. I trust you guys. We don't roll like that. All right. So, yeah, hold on. Let him come. Yeah, so I think we'll just take one. One more. Please, can we put our hands together for him as he steps up? Before you collect the phone first, your ID card, sir. It's not with his ID card, though. What level? Hey, let's hear now. Your ID card is on your phone? Yeah. Okay, so what's your email address on the phone? Okay, the ID card. We have to do some of these things now, Abi. It's very necessary. Yes, of course. Yes, here's another means of verification. You know, this is a 2FA. So the first means is he has confirmed his email address. So that one is okay. So now he's logging on to his portal to give us so that we can confirm it. Once we confirm that, yes. So for subsequent winners, please, I don't say make all of now, open our portal now, no. But for subsequent winners, just have it ready so that we will not have, all right? If you have your ID card, easier. Yes. No, we can't do the presentation first. That's not how it works now. So you just continue to call. So, okay. Of course, he's trying to log into his portal.
We're starting the next session now. Timothy's session. This will happen after. Yeah, keep him on the side.
Okay.
Timothy's session starts.
Okay. Okay, so you're going next now. So yes, he's still trying to search for it. Is his phone, Abi? Once he confirms it, is his own. Okay, so we'll just pause this while he's looking for it. We'll go into the next session. Okay? Do you have is any of your classmates here? Okay.
All right, okay, let's be orderly in everything that we're doing, please. Let's be orderly. We would do that later. He's trying to confirm. What we need to confirm his status before we give him the gift. So we will be doing that later on. Definitely we are considering him and we're giving him a chance to confirm that to us. But in check of our time, we need to continue with the program. And therefore, we will move into the second training session, which is on people management skills. And I'm sure that you've listened to the first training session. You already know that you have a lot to learn in this also. So this second training session, people management skills, is going to be taken by Timothy Osaon, the HR people partner, Unilever Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him.
Greatest Nigerian student. Greatest Akokai student. Greatest Gbogbo. Greatest Bagba. Greatest Bigi. I'm an alumni of Unilag. I completed my business administration here in Unilag. I also went ahead to also complete Masters in Industrial and Labor Relations here at Unilag. So I'm proud to be back home. Now, it is a privilege for me to come here to talk about something dear to me, something I've always practiced over time, close to 15 years now, which is managing people. People management skills, it's actually a skill that cut across different job roles, irrespective of the different nomenclatures that you may have out there. When we entered this hall today, we saw the ushers at the entrance, and then they approached us. They told us how to register our names and how to fill some information and how to navigate on our device, and also how to get to the right seat at the right time. What do you think they are doing? They are managing us. So today, we are going to be looking at overview of people management and its significance in organizational business or organizational success. We're also going to be looking at the key functions of people management. We're also going to be looking at the objective of people management. What are the skills required or necessary for people managers? And lastly, we're also going to be touching on the roles that are associated with people management. The roles are endless, but I'll just cite few, all right, in our session for today. So I've given you Expo, Abi. Did you capture that? Okay, so who wants to tell us now? Who wants to define what people management is? I need a volunteer. All the people they've been calling since, they didn't call people at the back. I don't know why. What did you people do? You came late. Okay, so I need someone at the back. Please define what people management is. Okay, so can you please give the mic to that person in white at the back? Yes.
Okay, people management means getting things done effectively and efficiently through and with people. So it means working with people or working through people to achieve certain goals.
Thank you for that. There is no wrong or right answer about this. Okay? So the key things I want to pick from what you said is efficiently and what? Effectively. Those are the key things. So how do you manage people to be able to get, this done? The people management itself refers to the strategic and operational activities involving effectively overseeing an organization's human resource. Now, one point you mentioned related to what? Effectively. All right, so in my type of job, what we do is how to manage employees, how to manage people. All right, and then it involves, from recruitment, sourcing the right candidate for the right role, training and developing employees. You have managing their performance on the job, all right, and how to improve and make it better, and also employee relations, how we relate with employees, as it also have to do with probably conflict management, okay, and also ensuring a positive work experience or work environment. All right, so there is a part of our organization that also has to do with employee experience. So what we do is, from the point an employee joins the company down to the development stage within the organization where he got transferred, he got promoted and all that, down to exit, all right? We ensure that all those moments are key moments in the lives of employees, and we want to ensure that the employee enjoys a positive experience while doing that. In life, nothing is permanent, right? So you may not be able to be in a place forever. So you may want to change career to another company, to another this or that. So while you are ensuring that, or while you are having that, you will ensure that you have a positive work environment. So essentially, people management is about optimizing the well-being, the productivity, and the development of employees within the organization. All right, so that is actually what this is. So we are going to be touching on the importance of people management now. The first part of it is employee motivation and collaboration. As it relates to employee motivation and collaboration, you will agree with me that if you are not happy with where you are, will you stay? You will not stay in such organization. So, what will actually make you to become motivated? In one of Zainab's slides, I saw that part that has to do with money, 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 money. Right? But sometimes money is not all that most people hold on to as part of their achievement. All right, so you look at, sometimes too, you have to look at maybe career achievement or career advancement, or what have you achieved, okay, in your role. So when it comes to employee motivation, you look at what are some of the things that managers. So I work with managers to ensure that their team members are motivated. Their team members are carrying out their task to be able to ensure the team objective or organizational goal is achieved. And then how do they collaborate? So also working with line managers to also ensure that the team members collaborate with each other. And that is why the company Unilever I work with did not allow us to just work from home from Monday to Friday. Okay, so we're also allowed to come into the office 3 times a week for us to also collaborate, because you need that human relation, aspect to be able to collaborate. Another importance of people management is also the impact on performance and productivity. I work with line managers too to also see how they check on the performance of their team members. All right, so you look at from, we have what we call goal setting, at the beginning of the year, you align, this is what you are expected to achieve before 31st of December, or depending on the time frame that has been allocated for you to be able to complete such task. And the line manager is expected to have a conversation, quarterly checkpoint, or quarterly conversation with such employees every 3 months, or at the end of each quarter. All right, so March, January, February, March, and then by April, he or she will have that conversation with his team member to check, how is your performance going? What have you achieved? What did we agree that you want to achieve? What support do you require to be able to achieve what we have agreed you need to achieve? Gone are those days when you have organizations doing exit interview. Okay? Now we're incorporating what we refer to as stay interview. And line managers have been tasked with this responsibility, so we'll follow up with them to ensure that they carry out this series of questions to find out what may make this talent to leave. What can we do to help him or her find happiness, okay, sense of belonging, and, achievement, personal achievement, in his or her career while still there. So you have this quarterly checkpoint, being carried out. And then, we also have what we call mid-year review, where you also check for talent and also see, the promotability status of people and who is also ripe to move. And then you also have end of the year conversation where you now review. So all these are tied into the impact on performance and also productivity. And then the last part is reducing turnover and skill gap. I mentioned earlier on that gone are those days where you have organizations looking at exit interview. Now is, what can we do to support you? What challenges are you experiencing? And how can we help you to be able to advance in your career? We also have, just like the young lady that was here earlier on, that she has flair for this career, she has flair for this, she wants to do this, but she does not know which one she wants to move into. We have employees like that too in our organization, okay, or in other organizations that you may have heard of, where someone is actually, you must have been doing this for some time and you feel, you know what, I want to change my career. I want to move into another department. Yes, we have that opportunity too, based on job rotation and all that, where we move people from one function to another, as long as they have been able to develop that skill, or we also carry out what we call the competency framework to be able to identify what skill is required. And then we have different trainings, different courses, all right, coaching, mentoring, and other interventions put in place to be able to ensure that employees stay and perform. All right, and that also reduces the turnover rate in the organization, all right, and also improves the skills within the business. When it comes to the key function of people management, one of it is employee recruitment and selection. One of the things we do when it comes to managing people, I mentioned earlier on, the life cycle of an employee comes from when the employee joins the organization, while the employee is within the organization, and all the activities that goes in till the exit. That life cycle is, part of this function that we're going to be looking at as people management. The employee recruitment and selection aspect is, it is the job of a people manager to also identify, I mentioned earlier on what we refer to as competency framework. Before you'll be able to fill a role, you look at what skill, okay, what ability, all right, is required for whoever is going to fill this role needs to be able to perform optimally or effectively. And what we do is to be able to attract and hire the right talent for the organization. We also look at training and development. So while employees are within the organization, one of the things you also do is to train. Now, as a leader or as a manager, you start thinking that at this point of my career, how can I, start owning, the ability to be able to have these skills? We're going to touch on some of these skills before now. But when it comes to training and development, we also ensure employees receive necessary trainings to be able to perform their roles effectively through continuous learning. We have different tools that online tools, e-learning, classroom sessions, and articles, e-books. Okay, so it's not only classroom, that employees can actually learn. So it's also to work with line managers to ensure that employees actually develop themselves. Okay. Now, performance management is one I mentioned earlier on, where we establish performance goals and also providing regular feedback, prompt regular feedback, and also conducting performance review for organizational success. So that's the one I mentioned earlier on about you have quarterly checkpoints, all right, April, July, and October. All right, so what the employee has done from January to March, by April, line managers need to sit and have a discussion, a conversation with this employee that, okay, so what have you achieved? Where do you need support? What can I do as a line manager to support you? What do you need the company itself to do to help you to be able to land, the task that we have assigned, to you? And then you have July, and then you also have mid-year conversations where we also look at who are the talents that we need to move, either on job rotation or promotion or transfer or the like. And then you now have another quarterly checkpoint again to also check. Now, while all this check is being carried out, line managers or people managers are expected to give prompt feedback. Without feedback, you will not know how you are performing. Sometimes you tell employees to do self-evaluation. I'm sure if you are told to give yourself, probably evaluate yourself, you'll probably be rating yourself over 100 or more than 100. All right, so but it's going to be as per what you are expected to achieve. Now, another key function of people management is also compensation and benefit management. All right, so designing fair compensation structures, managing the benefits, and addressing pay-related issues. All right, so your salaries, your tax, your pension, and what have we. So all that is also part of the things we do to manage people so that while they are busy working, all right, all their pay-related matters are also being managed so they are able to focus. It's also part of the ways you manage people. Employee relations and engagement also involves fostering positive relationships between employee and the organization. All right, so we have in place what we also call business integrity, where we ensure that you don't disrespect anyone. Disrespect is not tolerated, it's not allowed. Okay, so everyone is respected, irrespective of the different generations you find yourself, either Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen Alpha, and what have you. Everyone is expected to everyone is expected to respect each other. And where there are issues, okay, we are not perfect, and at some point there are disagreements that may come up here and there. Okay, we also come in to be able to manage the differences, set matters straight, and also help help all employees to be able to have harmonious working relationship. So you also have health and safety. We'll coordinate with the health and safety team to ensure that workplace safety is top-notch. Employee health and compliance, with regulations is also being followed, all right, so that your ergonomics, how you sit while working, is the table too high with your laptop so you don't experience pain here, and then how low or how high is the seat. And then at some point too, we also follow up with line managers and employees to also carry out, some exercise. We have gym where employees can also go to, any time of the day, Mondays to Sunday, for you to gym at your own time, probably between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. And then in the evening, around 4 p.m. to like 6 p.m., you can gym all the way. All right, so that also helps you to manage your health, to manage your well-being. Even when you are off duty or weekend, you can also take care of yourself. So these are some of the things we put in place to ensure that employees are able to manage their work, and it's also related to the functions that we carried out as people managers. And then lastly, you have HR information management. So managing people or employee records, the payroll, and other HR-related data. You may have been familiar with LinkedIn, right? So if you are not there, it's one of those business tools that most people are on, or platform that, you know, people are on. But in the work environment, we have a database where you have employee profiles, you know, also have major part of some of those features you have there. So whereby you have your work history, you have your, where you can pull your pay slips, where you can pull your salary information, your next of kin information, your address, your personal information, so like emails, phone contact, and all that. So that is also a place where we have been able to put together so that we'll be able to manage employee records and employee information. Now, when it comes to the objective of people management, we look at retention and engagement. Nowadays, you have people jumping ship from one organization to another, all right? And sometimes jumping ship does not have any hard feeling to either their line manager or the organization. But some jump because, man, the economy is not smiling. All right, so I need to upgrade. All right, so when it comes to retention and engagement, people managers, or the objective of people management is also to ensure that you put strategies in place to be able to retain your top talent by creating a positive work environment. That relates to when it comes to salary reviews, all right? When it comes to, pay increases, sometimes it also relates to job rotations, transfers, promotion, and all that. So those are just tip of some of those strategies that people managers can put in place to be able to ensure this. When it also comes to fostering employee engagement through recognition, growth opportunities, and fair treatment. Let me touch quickly on the one that has to do with employee engagement. The employee engagement aspect, you have Father's Day celebration, you have Mother's Day celebration, you have employees' birthdays, you have employees' anniversary dates, their work anniversary dates. Celebrating all those moments are key employee moments that can also help to be able to retain or manage employees as far as people management is concerned. Now, as it relates to productivity and performance too, I also mentioned earlier on that when it comes to optimizing employee productivity, you need to align their skills with the goals. All right, so apart from the organizational goal, all line managers and all people managers are expected to see how to tie in the global organizational goals into individual goals. And then with that, you have a target or an objective for you to achieve. You set expectations, you provide feedback, and you recognize achievement. There are some strategies in place that we have put down, like we have occasions where someone has performed very well, okay? You don't need to, employees need pat on the back. We are humans, okay? So when you're done, if you have done something right, all right, line managers, we have a platform where line managers recognize you and also tell you thank you, all right? We also have one that also has to do with financial benefits, where your line managers will go through to say, oh, we appreciate you, okay? And then some of them comes with some financial, reward that you can make use of. So these are ways you manage people, okay? You also recognize their achievement. It makes them feel or have that sense of belonging. You also have talent development. You identify high potential employees and then nurture their growth. I mentioned earlier on what we do about mid-year review. So every June, July, we have a conversation with different line managers about their team members, okay? And then see their promotability level, who among them need to be promoted, who among them is actually right, okay, to be promoted, who among them also need training, who among them needs coaching, mentoring, all right? And then we look at some other interventions like, is it classroom training? Is it body with another person to learn? All right. So these are some of the ways we look at investing in trainings, mentoring, and also career progression. All right. So that helps to manage employees in such a way that they are not left out and will be able to achieve the organizational goals together. So how can we achieve effective people management, okay, or effective organization, within the company? One of them is talent management. One of the things I mentioned earlier on is just a summary of all these, from where you have the recruitment, bringing in employees into the organization, the right set of employees, the right employee or the right candidate for the right role. And then you look at onboarding. So from the onboarding aspect, we take employees through a journey of understanding the history of the company. You look at the different products. You look at the history of this product. We also take employees on safety and environment, understand the different departments, and then see what goes. So that helps you have an overview of where you are and what type of company you are in. And then we also have what helps your employees to also have a feel of the market induction, and then before you now have the functional induction where you now have your core areas. Okay, so that is also a way that we manage people to be able to achieve that right organization. And then I touched earlier on development and also retention. Employee life cycle, I mentioned, those are the key moments I was talking about earlier on. Some of these key moments, you have the attraction, which also relates to attracting the right candidate. This is actually a forum where we start grooming and attracting the right candidate for those roles. So while you are learning, it's also, the time is now for you to start owning some of those skills I will touch on very soon. All right? So that you start preparing yourself to become, that attractive candidate, okay, for the roles that will be open. And then you now have the recruitment process, you have the onboarding process. We take you through the retention, initiatives that the organization have put in place, and then we develop you, we train you, okay, and help you to be able to have that skills for the right career that you want to be in. And then when it also comes to offboarding, that is when you exit the organization. We have alumni of the company that they still connect on WhatsApp channels and other, social media platforms as alumni of the organization. So the relationship is also still there. They didn't burn bridges, okay? They are still connected. It is not a bad thing for you to exit an organization if you have a clean reason for living, all right? So that's, we also manage to be able to achieve effective organization. And then, that helps us to be able to achieve happy livers. The last part is also performance management. I talked earlier on about goal setting earlier in the year, and then line managers expected to monitor these goals, okay, and also develop your team members, manage them, and then you also have formal evaluations that is also carried out quarterly. Apart from the fixed or formal evaluations, prompt feedback is also key. When you notice something, say it right there and there. So we encourage line managers, don't wait until the end of that quarter before you call the employee to say, what you did in January, I have not forgotten. When you see a gap, try and look at how to assist such employee to be able to develop, and then close that gap. So here are some of those skills that is necessary for people managers. So irrespective of the different roles, just imagine, you need these skills to be able to manage people. Now, I've been mentioning the term, I work with managers to be able to, I also work with employees on how they can also manage their manager. So it is not only managers that manage employees. Employees can also do what? They can manage their managers. So one of those ways or those skills required to be able to do this, one of them is can I go to the next slide? I don't know. All right, so one of them is communication skills. Communication skill is very, very key when it comes to managing people. Sometimes the way you talk matters a lot. And then we start to identify if you actually have communication skills right from the time of attracting you, right from the point of the interview or recruitment process, right from the time from the way you composed your CV. Because communication only does not relate to the verbal, okay? It also involves what? Non-verbal, aspect, which also involves, writing. Okay, so the way you convey your thoughts, the way you convey your experiences also matters a lot. You know quite well that even while we are carrying out in the interviews, sometimes you find out that there are some candidates that they actually know what they want to say, but the way they are saying it and their facial expression is not convincing enough. Okay, and then you create some kind of doubt. Can this person actually do this job? There's a way you tell somebody, you are very stupid. And then the person will look at you and say, this person is what? He's joking, right? And then there's a way you tell somebody, you are very stupid. And then you see the difference. Okay, so facial expression also comes into play when it also comes to non-verbal, okay, and all that. When it also comes to leadership and motivation skill, this is also key. How do you lead? Sometimes it is not until you become a manager that is when you become a leader. Becoming a leader starts even from this point that you are now. How do you communicate with your colleague or your fellow students? How do you communicate with your lecturers? How do you communicate with your course mates? And all these are part of the way you lead, by the way you talk. You lead by the way you carry yourself and communicate or even assign tasks to others. You don't do that, or you don't talk to your course mates authoritatively, or you don't talk to people, disrespectfully. So all those are things skills that are required for you to be a people manager. You also have problem solving and decision making skill. Sometimes when people are building together CVs, they just have a template and then they change the name and they put their own name. And then when you start asking, so you said you have a problem solving and decision making skill. Can you give us a situation where you have been able to solve a problem? Okay? Or you have carried out this decision making skill. All right, so that requires a scenario question that you need to take us. It can be, you see, some of the ushers, all right, if you ask them, so you said you are a people manager or you have a people management skill. Tell us or give a scenario. If you give an example of how you're able to coordinate, okay, an audience of about 1,000 or so, you start to see giving scenarios and examples of all that. Okay, so another part is also about adaptability and flexibility. This is a skill necessary for people managers. when we say adaptability and flexibility, how does that relate to people manager or people management? Where does adaptability and flexibility skill comes in when it comes to people management? Yes, let's have you. Need the mic? Yes, you can still raise up your hand so she sees you.
Okay, one thing with human beings is that human beings are very dynamic. Personalities are different. Backgrounds are different. Experiences are different. So, just like you gave example with tone of voice and facial communication, like body language, someone previously might have been told, oh, you're very stupid, right? And with that very stupid, the way, okay, the person took it as a joke, right? And it's resulted into different like problems later. Like he started hearing that from other people. So he already has a bad experience with, oh, you're very stupid, right? So when you, the manager, are now coming with, oh, you are very stupid, that person may have like a traumatic reaction to it, that don't tell me that I'm very stupid. You think you are joking, and the person thinks, don't tell me you are, I'm stupid, you are insulting me, blah, blah, blah. So in being adaptable and flexible, it means that we must be able to take into account people's experiences, people's difference in personalities and backgrounds.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. You're actually spot on. You are correct. So when it comes to adaptability and flexibility, she nailed it. You need to be flexible in managing people. Assuming those ushers, when people are coming and someone says, sorry, I need to go to the front seat, and they are telling you, that you need to feel something before you can go in. And they said, no, I'm not feeling anything. And then the person said, you are not going in. If you are not feeling anything, you are not going. So sometimes your facial expression matters a lot. And then the person says, why are you raising your voice? And then argument starts. So, but there is another way you appeal to the person. Okay? That we have a procedure here. All right? So you need to do this, you need to do that. So there is a way you also do that. So managing people, that's one of those core skills that you also need to have. You need to also be flexible in managing people. You have another one, empathy and emotional intelligence. Who wants to touch on that? Empathy and emotional intelligence. Now I see why it's only those at the front that they used to call. All right, let me have that hand there at the back in, I think, black and white T-shirt. How does empathy and emotional intelligence skill, how does it relate to managing people?
Empathy is recognizing the other person's opinion and what they stand for and verbalizing it to them and making them feel like they are heard and you understand what they are going through. Actually, empathy is like, it's like putting yourself in someone's position and knowing what they feel and mirroring it to them back. That's the word, mirror. Through empathy.
Please clap for him. Thank you so much for that. So you need to empathize. So there are times whereby, like in one of those employments way back, I was in Abuja and I was working. I was in a call center and I was, attending to customers. And then in one of those locations, I rented an apartment. I was alone then, still a bachelor. So I was working and suddenly someone called me from, from my neighborhood that the government are demolishing my house. That I should leave what I'm doing now and come and pack your load. So I walk up to my line manager and say, manager, see, I need to leave this place now. They said they are demolishing, where I reside. And then the manager look at me and say, Timothy, you have come again with your jokes. I know you play a lot. Can you go back to work? I actually like playing. Okay, so that makes me reduce the stress of this country. So, at some point, I had to convince her for her to be able to see pictures and videos. And then, I saw someone else, another different person entirely from the way my line manager, attended to me. She was very empathetic, and, from even when I got home, she also continued following up with phone calls and all the like. Now, when we are talking about people managers or people management, when you manage people, sometimes when they come to you with certain issues, all right, now, the way you empathize with them matters a lot. When it also comes to emotional intelligence, sometimes somebody will talk to you in an angry way, but the way you swallow it, you don't allow it to show in your face, and you continue to still talk to the person respectfully. That's emotional intelligence. In your mind, you are thinking, if I slap this guy. But you are just holding it because you know the consequences. We have code and conduct in the organization that, you don't, two fighting is exit. All right? Even the person that is actually insulting or, not behaving respectfully, you need to report the person so that we'll talk to the person and see how to help the person to behave based on the company, culture. So when it also comes to time management and prioritizing, managing your time is also key. How do you manage your time? It's key to how you manage other people's time. Okay, and we try not to have what we refer to as African time. But situations like what happened yesterday about the weather, okay, can actually make one to have African time, right? Those are exceptions, all right? So, but, even when there are other, challenges ahead, you want to inform whoever you are going to be connecting with ahead. Oh, I'm currently experiencing this. I'll be a little bit late. Carry the person along. That is how you manage your time and manage the person's time. All right? So time management is key, and then you prioritize your task. For someone like us, who I mentioned earlier on that, we work 3 days in the office and then work 2 days from home. And someone will say, like one of those ladies that says, I have passion for this, I do my personal business, I have this, I have that. Nobody is saying you should not do, but you need to do what? Prioritize. The time that has been allocated for you to do that company work that you are being paid to do it as at when due. And then at your personal leisure time, you can do, any of your personal things. Okay, so another one is conflict management. Conflict management skill. If I ask, how does this relate to people management or people managers? I don't want a law student to answer this because they can do justice to it. So I need someone else. So who wants to talk about that? You look like a law student. Okay, so let's have someone from this side. Let's have you, please. Yeah, I've called people at the back. I still need more hands at the back later.
Okay, thanks so much, sir. Conflict management. As a leader, it is a very essential skill that you need to have. Take, for instance, you have two employees working in your company and they have issue. You need to come in to settle the conflict so as not to affect the productivity of your company. So you must be able to manage conflicts among your employees.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Please encourage. Let me just take one more. Any other thought? Okay, so let me have that hand at the back.
I would say conflict management can be in two forms. It can be like when a manager is serving as a mediator between two employees who are having conflicts. But also as a leader, you need to be able to communicate your ideas effectively to your employees because the conflict can be between you and your employee. So you need to be able to effectively convince your employee that what you are saying is right or maybe reach a compromise that will move the business forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. So that answers that part, conflict management. I was also thinking of adding one part to when it comes to adaptability and flexibility. Let me just add one thing that some of you did not know. One sweet thing about the company culture, okay, on respecting employees by being flexible is also by announcing or creating a policy around what's that thing called again for our females? Okay, so you know that certain point in the month where females, okay, need some rest away from work. Menstrual leave. So we have a menstrual leave for employees in Unilever where you have 12 days in a year, 12 days in a year that you can actually take off work. That I don't want to work today, line manager. Today is my menstrual leave day. So you have one per month. Okay, so that helps you to be able to manage your time. The company culture is being flexible enough to be able to accommodate that. And it's making us, we males, to think of what can we request for. Okay, so we have a salon. Okay, we already have a salon. Okay, that if you want to, have a haircut and all that, that also helps you to manage your well-being. The females also have a daycare where they can come drop their baby, like what's it called? So crèche, like a crèche where they will drop their babies, go to the office when they are through, or maybe they feel like going back to their babies, and they have a representative, someone there employed to be able to take care of those babies. And then you have the lactating room. So you need to take your baby to a place where you don't want anybody to see anything, and then you feed your baby, at your leisure. All right, so that's part of the culture. I mentioned earlier on about gym. This is a full, developed gym. You have all what you need to be able to take care of also your well-being. One of the things I'm actually working on is how to turn this to 6-pack. I'm still working on that. All right, so we continue. So these are the skills we are talking about. You don't need to be an HR or human resource person to be able to have these skills. You can work in any role, okay? But you need these skills to be able to manage people. Either you are managing your colleagues or you are managing your line managers, or as a line manager, you are managing your team members. All right, so these skills are required to be able to manage people. So what are some of the roles that are associated with people management? Okay, so in HR as a case study was selected to be able to look at what are some of the different roles, okay, that people management, can be applied to. I mentioned earlier on that these skills that we mentioned earlier on are not only limited, or people management are not only limited to, or is not only limited to human resources. It cuts across, but I only selected HR so that you look at it and remember it's also an offshoot of business administration, right? Okay, so, and irrespective of whether you are in engineering department, and my fellow colleague, Zainab, who was in IT, okay, she must have also, practiced people management before she moved into HR proper. So one of the key roles that relate to people management is also human resource business partner, which you may have seen, in some of the adverts and the rest. We call it HRBP. All right, so these ones, they collaborate with the business leaders to align HR strategies with organizational goals. All right, so that's, and then so at that strategic level, they connect to managers. They work with the managers to be able to see how to help them and their team members to be able to achieve the goals that the organization has set forth for them to achieve. Another one is HR manager or human resource, manager. This one or this role oversees human resource functions, including recruitment, training, and employee relation. Okay, so that is actually that role that also relates to that. We have roles like people analyst. Okay, so people analyst, they analyzes workforce data to inform decision making. Is this person sitting in the right people cost tied to this line manager, or is this person reporting to this line manager and he is under a particular line manager cost and all that? The information on the human resource management information management tool is the information correct on the system. All these are what the people analysts also do to check that. How about the employee relations manager? They also handle employee grievances, disputes, and workplace issue. You have roles that relate to industrial relations, okay? How to work with both the representative of employees, the unions, and the management, all right, to be able to have an harmonious working relationship. So their own responsibility, relates to this, and it is, how you manage people, and that is how you can be able to bring them together to be able to work together. So you also have diversity and inclusion specialists. What they do is to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. All right, so when roles are available, we don't look at, you are Generation Z, or you are baby boomers, or you are Generation Alpha. Okay, so I think the Alphas are having some set of skills now. They are the ones we should give. Any employee can apply for the role. Any employee that has the right skill for the role. So what they do is to look at some of the initiative on how to include all employees in whatever they are doing. Now you have resourcing business partners who also manages recruitment and also talent acquisition, sourcing the right candidate for the right role. And you have reward and benefit managers who also design compensation and benefit programs to be able to manage employee pay and reward so that they'll be able to perform optimally, or they are motivated to be able to do their job. Talent managers, also focus on talent development and retention. What are strategies that we can put in place? Some organizations, they edit some of these nomenclatures, and then you have different job descriptions, okay, and tied together to be able to form a nomenclature. So they may pick from here, pick from here, pick from here, call it human resource manager, and then you do major, most of this. All right, so it depends on how the company culture or the company strategy is put in place. So this is how far we can take so far for people management course. All right, so I have a slide that, can you put it on back? I have the last slide. I need to see that last slide. So this time for question and answer. Questions. Let's see if we can take 2 or 3. Let's start with okay, so let's start with you. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Oriolua Bello from the physics department, 100 level. And I was wondering, as a course rep for physics, which is a very challenging course, and many people might not have actually wanted to take that course. Maybe they wanted to do engineering, but they were given physics. How do I optimize my coursemates? How do I optimize my coursemates' performance? How do I make sure that they are satisfied where they are so that maybe they don't move to political science, or just retain them in the physics department. Yeah, that's all.
So let me take that again. What is your course?
Physics.
Physics. And what do you want to achieve?
I want to make sure they are satisfied and their performance is optimized.
And what is your role?
I'm the course rep.
Course rep. Okay. So now we mentioned some of the key skills required to be able to manage people. Now, if you take a look at some of this, the first one, which is key, is how you talk to people. Communication skills is key. All right. So you have some course rep that their shoulder, they have 3 shoulder pads each when they are walking. So you can easily differentiate between a course rep and one who is not a course rep from the way they walk, okay? The way they carry themselves. You need to be humble as a course rep too. Sometimes you don't know it all. There are times whereby your course mate, even, it's not the course rep, it's not only the course rep that gets A, all through, right? You have some within the department that you don't even see them during lecture period, okay? They're always absent in class, all right? But I'm not encouraging that because it will not help you to learn. You need to be in class to listen to lectures and then learn, all right? So that will help you to be able to get information. But what we are saying is they are not visible. Probably they are the ones sitting at the far back and they are the ones getting the A. So what we are saying is you need empathy, okay? From the way you talk, it also matters a lot. And you need to be adaptable, okay? And from the way you relate with people. Some of those skills we mentioned earlier on, look into them. Further research on them will help you to be able to see how you can develop communication skills or all these other skills. We have Copilot or AI and other apps now. Once you just type, how can I develop communication skills? You see a lot of resources. You see a lot of information. How can I develop, or how can I, have these skills like this? You see them. So at your level, you can start developing those skills now. I hope that clarifies your question. Let's have another one. Okay, so let's have you in white, the young man in white shirt. Yes, please. He needs the mic. Can someone help me give him the microphone?
All right, thank you so much. My name is Peter Agada from Art Education. I want to be clarified about maybe a lot of things happen maybe in an organization, maybe it's not a corporate organization. How do you manage someone that have a very good skill, educational and maybe the job qualification, but with a character defect? Maybe you don't want to sack the person. He's good in the job that he's doing, but maybe in terms of character development, maybe honesty or something like that. So how do you manage such person? And another one is, another question is, how do you suggest a good idea to a corporate organization when you are not among the decision-making body? Thank you.
Nice question. So the first question is how to manage someone who is good at the job but has a behavioral issue. Okay, so now I've had experience regarding this many times and in different organizations. The best way to achieve this is 2 options. Let me look at 2 options. 1, I work with the line managers to say, line manager, what is the issue with this person? This person is performing optimally. Why are you not recommending this person for a promotion? And then the line manager says, you know what? The person is good. He does his or her job very well. But the way he talks to people is disrespectful. It's also a behavioral issue. Okay? So why can we help this person? So during those quarterly checkpoints, and then most times I tell line managers, you don't need to wait for those quarterly sessions before you can help such one. Have you had an opportunity to have a one-on-one conversation with the person? It may not only be you are in your desk and then you call the person to come. No. You can go on a lunch time with the person, a coffee break, a tea break. Call the person. Well done. How are you doing? I like what you are doing. I can see that you have improved so far in your performance. However, but there is something I've been meaning to tell you, and it is not only me noticing. Some of your stakeholders, some of your team members, or some other people in other departments, they have mentioned this, but I think it is good if we bring it to your notice. Don't you think the way you used to respond to them, why not try this approach? You can suggest, okay, an approach. Some will look at you, I didn't do anything. Sometimes you can also suggest an article, an ebook, or a particular course if it is a formal issue. You can suggest that the person attend a course on that and see how that can translate to behavioral improvement. So that can help. And then at some point too, you can call the person one-on-one, not in formal setting, informal setting, and then have this conversation. So that can also help. Now, how do you share an information, okay, a strategy, okay, when you are not the decision maker? That is actually something that in some organization that may be tricky, okay, because one of the ways you get your say is like in organizations where we have what we call UniVoice. UniVoice is a platform where you make your information known. When Zena finished her presentation, there is a barcode that came up. And then that barcode says you go into what we call Mentimeter. The Mentimeter, you will log into that and give your questions or comments or whatever, but your name, your information is not revealed. Okay, so that you don't become a target of bias and all that. So we have a platform like that helps employees to be able to share ideas and then help the organization to see how we can improve on this and how we can, do this right way. Another part is also having a conversation with one of the leaders. All right, it can be your line manager or one of the leaders that you have a suggestion. It may not be the right time for the organization to implement this, okay, but it's something you feel that you want to bring up, okay, that will be a benefit to the organization. I think that is one of the ways you can actually do that respectfully. All right, so not that you say, I've mentioned this many times. This company, they don't know what they are doing. Sometimes it goes beyond your pay grade. There are goals that the organization themselves at that level, the leadership level, have set that they want to achieve. Okay, so it may take time. It may take time, but some initiative take time to achieve actually. So, all right, so that's that for that. So in view of our time, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for him again. All right, in continuation of this seminar, we would be having an important talk now. You all are aware of what is happening in our city at the moment where we have the disease outbreak of cholera. So we'll be having an awareness on protective practices for cholera, and the person to give us those tips is going to be Aderonke Akinola Akinwole, Social and Behavioral Change Specialist, UNICEF. A round of applause for her.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, students. Okay, so standing on existing protocol, please permit me to greet my lecturers, my teachers, my fathers. I'm an alumni of University of Lagos. I did my master's here. So good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams, and it's a great privilege. Now we're going to greet ourselves. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest, Akokai! If you know you are the greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest, Akokai! Now, we are all Nigerian students. So in case you did not finish from Unilag, I don't want to leave you behind. Greatest Nigerian student! So we are expecting our photographers to do great, though. Because I know you didn't finish from Unilag like me. But now it's for all of us. Greatest Nigerian student! Now I come back to Unilag. Greatest Akokite! Great of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Akokite! Now I want to hear the one that does it better. Greatest Akokite! We are not doing a competition. Greatest Akokite! They are going to tell us who is the winner. We will decide it together. Greatest Akokite! Greatest Akokite! Now I'm not leaving some zones behind. I can see people at the gallery. Are you guys there? Are you there? I want you to see me because I'm seeing you. Now I want you to allow the people downstairs to know that you are greater than the greatest and the greatest and the greatest. Greatest Akokite! Didn't you have breakfast or lunch today? No, okay, don't worry, we are coming. But I know that in Unilag, one thing that sets us apart is the energy. Am I right? I left here 2008 as a master's graduate. And so I know that energy is still there. And my brother finished from here, his first degree, and said, I know, that's swag, we cannot take it away. Greatest Nigerian students. Now, upstairs, greatest Akokite. Fantastic. Now to this zone, greatest Akokite. Good. This is homecoming for me, and I'm quite excited. And I find a rare privilege to come speak to you guys. My name, like they've said, is Aderonke Akinola Akinwale. I want to say thank you to Unilever for this platform again. Please, a big round of applause for the Unilever team. And to my great colleagues at the back, 7 children everywhere in the world. Greatest UNICEF staff. I want you to say the greatness very well. Please, a round of applause for our UNICEF colleagues at the back. We serve the mandate of children, ensuring that we deliver results for children globally, and particularly for us in the Lagos field office in Nigeria and the Southwest zone. So I'm going to be speaking about cholera. How many of us are informed that there's an outbreak of cholera in Lagos? We are all informed. Okay, how many of us know how to prevent cholera? Okay, no, so it's good to, we are all, I actually like the fact that we are all open and we are truthful. We know about it, the information, the awareness about the disease is high, but the awareness about preventing it is low. And that's why we are leveraging on this platform. So I'm going to be talking about a LDU in an LD future. So you can see that everything we are talking about today, please take it as a rare privilege. Because peradventure, if someone has had that privilege, maybe we would have not made some mistakes we made earlier in our career history. So this is a privilege that is preparing you up and setting you up for a future that wants you to be relevant. But for you to remain relevant and stay relevant in your future, you requires a LDU for a healthy future. Now, give your neighbor a jab and say, a healthy me in an healthy future. A healthy me in an healthy future. So fantastic. Now we're going to do one because the essence of this presentation is to stop cholera. We don't want further spread of cholera. And then you have a role to play. So now you bring out your hand and say, stop cholera before it stops you. Now, give your neighbor a jab and say, are you ready to stop cholera with me? Then now bring out your hand again and say, stop cholera before it stops you. Fantastic. So next slide. So what is cholera? Cholera is an acute diarrheal illness caused by infection of the intestine with a type of bacteria known as Bacterium Vibrio cholerae. This is all just a preliminary. That's not the essence of what we are here, but I want you to have at least an idea, because I believe that at the end of this program, we are becoming voices to speak for issues that concern us as young people. Second slide. So what is the mode of transmission? Can you see that man? Can you see the man? He's trying to eat. What else did all people call this? Is it burger or donut? So cholera is typically transmitted through the ingestion of contaminated water or food, and is often spread in areas with inadequate treatment, poor sanitation, and insufficient hygiene. Next slide. So what are the symptoms? The symptoms of cholera is that most times we have severe watery diarrhea. In fact, it gets to a point where the person begins to pull water-like feces, what we call the rice water stool. Also, it comes with vomiting. Because the person becomes dehydrated at this process, you can begin to see a bit of leg cramps because the person is losing severe water from the body. And in severe cases where the person does not quickly find help, the person becomes dehydrated and the person may go into shock, which may ultimately lead to death. Now, say God forbid. I know that in Nigeria, we would like to say that for God forbid. However, if God will forbid something, you have a responsibility to play. And that is why we are educating you on how to stop cholera before it stops you. So this is how to prevent it. Please ensure that any water you are drinking is safe. And so who can tell me the qualities of water? No, you guys are too much. No. Please say it again. Let's know we are Unilag. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. So you must ensure that your water has all these features. And either you have your boiled water, treated water, or bottled water. Please ensure that your water is colorless, is odorless, and is tasteless. You must practice good sanitation and hygiene. Cholera breeds in a dirty environment. And you know, but they say that cleanliness is next to what? Fantastic. So you guys are following me. A big round of applause for yourselves. Now, you also need to practice hand hygiene. So you wash your hand as frequently as possible. You know, the practice of hand washing came alive during COVID-19 disease, the outbreak. Am I right? Where before you enter into the banks, into the church, into the school, there were hand washing facilities that you had to wash your hand. But as we began living the COVID-19 era, we realized that everybody went back to their normal behavior of not washing hands. But now we must wash our hands because the truth is, washing of hands should not be because of an outbreak of disease. It is just for you to protect yourself against any form of disease. So we're going to wash, and there today we will teach you how to do the normal hand washing techniques. We're going to sing together before we end this presentation. So just get ready. Yeah, so bring out your voices out. So, okay, so there are times when we tell you to wash your hand, either before and after using before and after eating, after the use of toilet, after taking care of a child, as in trying to change the child's diaper, and when you go out for a sporting activity, or when you come, anytime you are coming into your house, the first thing you should do is to do what? Wash your hands. Next slide. Cook your food properly. Eat it while it is still very hot. Avoid raw or undercooked seafood. Use latrine, of course, I should not even talk about this. We are too tush for this. Latrine, bitibao. Do we see people that use latrines in Unilag? Say we know they here. Tell your neighbor, we know they here. So, but the idea, we do this because there are actually communities that they still use latrines. And so, for us, let's ensure that our toilets are kept clean. Make sure that when you are leaving the toilet is smiling to you. Yes, leave the toilet in a way that whoever comes in next will not find it difficult to use it. Are you getting me? So practice proper toilet sanitation. Keep your toilets clean and disinfect them with household bleach. So now, what is your role in stopping cholera? Because you've heard it. We've talked about it on how to prevent. These are your roles, because it's not easy. These are your roles as young people. Now we expect you to bring on your energy. I can see the energy in the house. Young people are filled with a lot of strength, and we want you to use that agility to bring on your energy in helping us propagate that message. If you are doing the right thing and your neighbor is not doing the right thing, and you keep quiet, unfortunately, the actions of your neighbor may affect you. So you must bring on your energy in promoting hand hygiene, sanitation practices amongst your colleagues, in your community, and anywhere you find yourself. You've become a vanguard today. After this presentation, we expect that you now put yourself in the position of being a vanguard in propagating the right message on hygiene promotion to prevent cholera outbreak and any form of disease that is actually spread through inappropriate hygiene practices. We want you to bring on your voice. I'm sure right in this room, people are already tweeting, checking Instagram, checking Facebook. Those what social media platforms are a tool in your hands to reach the world. Please use it in helping us tell people on how to prevent cholera. The third is bring your swag. Nobody's going to tell you the way you do it. The way you feel that suits your personality is the best way you do it because it comes to you naturally. So bring on your swag in telling and propagating this message, tagging all the taggables, tagging at UNICEF Nigeria, tagging at WHO, tagging at MPHCDA, and making, putting yourself in a position of being a vanguard, not just for your local community, but for a global community. And now with social media, the world has become a world without walls. So you can position yourself in propagating the right message. And lastly, we want you to bring your creativity. We can do TikTok videos. I even particularly enjoy those TikTok videos that I see from young people. Just we do, and whether you like it or not, that is creativity. Creativity or innovation is particularly not maybe something new, but it's you doing something different that makes a difference. So bring it on in stopping cholera. Now let's go on again. Stop cholera before it stops you. Good, next slide. I'm almost done. So now let's wash our hands. And I'm going to teach you a tactics to wash your hands. So can I get a volunteer help me come hold the microphone? Any volunteer? Someone should just jump up. Good. Please come. Please, a round of applause for her. I'm going to teach you the techniques to hand washing, to proper hand washing. And then from there, we'll sing our song. And then I'll say thank you for having me for now. Because I know we'll still come back to Unilag. Yes or no? Fantastic. Thank you. So this is how to wash your hands. Can you see me? So it is assumed, hypothetically, that we have a running water under my hand, just above my hand. Then I put soap in it. Can you see me? I put my hand a bit under the water to get water to create a ladder. Then I start with my palm. Please, can we do it? You're going to get at least one person to come and demonstrate. Good. You wash your hand. You go to your next palm. Good. Now we take the fingers. Each finger. Yes, so we are washing our hand hypothetically. Now begin seeing yourself in your bathroom or your toilet and we are washing your hand. So now do it. Your fingers. Now your wrist. Yes. Your wrist. Now, can you see what I'm doing? The back of your fingers in through. At the back. You come in. Yes, because we don't want anything being out. But don't worry, I understand. Some people are saying, who has this kind of time? But the lecture is just 5 minutes. Please, I don't have that kind of time. But don't worry, we're going to do it very quickly. It's just because I'm demonstrating. And that's why it's a bit long. So now, after you've done that, you put your hand under the water, ensure that it is properly rinsed, then you sprinkle. The reason why we actually want you dabbing with either tissue papers or materials is because sometimes after you've done the great effort, right, you now bring a dirty, something you're not sure that is clean, to come and waste that effort. And so, because people have asked how long will this take? We're going to sing a song together. How many of us knows the song, We Are Happy? You don't know it? We know it now. So we're going to sing it as We Are Healthy, because we're going to sing the word healthy. So we're going to sing it, I'm going to form a choir here, and we want to see the best our presentation of voices here. So I'm going to sing it first, and we're going to wash our hands using that period. And that's just for you to know that it doesn't take so long to wash your hands. So I'm going to sing through the song. We are Healthy. So let's start. You guys can do it, right? So, you want me to sing it first? Okay. Now I know those that went to posh schools. You guys went to posh schools. If you went to schools like us, that kind of song, you get. We just be matching. So now we're going to sing it. We are Healthy. We are Healthy. We know we have. We are sure we have. We are Healthy. rowdy. So now we're going to do it, and I'm going to be washing my hands and be washing it that way. So you guys should start the song. Good. Good. I'm done. Fantastic. So can you say it? So
Fire,
next slide, and we're done. So guys, I want to leave you with this. We know that they always say that irrespective of where you from, what information you get, the future is always where? So right now, I want to encourage you to go on washing your hands and practicing the right sanitation practices, because why? The future is in your... Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you, ma. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, okay. Before we continue, I think we want to call the raffle draw again.
All right. The other, what's his name? The guy. Abdul Basit. Yeah, I think yes. Yes, Abdul Basit, are you ready for us now?
Fire, baby. Fire, baby. Fire, baby.
All right, congratulations. May I invite Zainab? Which one do you want, the tablet or the phone? All right, let's, yes, you'll be in the middle. While we are that, Oyewale Timile Yen Oyeleke.
Wake up. Kalaya money.
Okay. Oyewale Timile Oyeleke.
Money. Are you here? Yeah. Don't sleep.
Usman Abibu.
Kalaya money. Wake up.
Usman Abibu, is he here?
Kalaya money. Wake up.
Olakunle Popola.
Wake up. Kalaya money. Kalaya money.
Atonda Said Adeshino, are you here?
Wake up. Kalaya money. Kalaya money.
Okay. Oyelakun Khadijat.
Wake up.
Oyelakun Khadijat.
Kalaya money. Wake up. Kalaya money.
Fagbemi Taiwo Favor.
Wake up. Kalaya money. Kalaya money. Wake up. Kalaya money. Kalaya money. Wake up.
Gapil Desiree.
Wake up.
Gapil or Gapil.
Money. Kalaya money. Wake up.
Uwairi Godwin Chioma Sylvia.
Kalaya money. Kalaya money. Wake up. Kalaya money.
Fagbolade Bukola.
Kalaya money. Kalaya money.
What's your name?
Oh, okay, we have Uwairi Godwin Chioma Sylvia.
Abdul Basit. Where is he? Please don't leave. Oh.
Wake up.
Okay, don't leave. All right.
Wake up.
Fagbemi
Kalaya money. Kalaya money. Wake up. Tera, go get the moolah. Wake up. Oniko kala. Kala ko yellow. Don't walk, you don't try. You supposed to be jai. Kill up for me, come person, matter, person we don't mind, boy. When I land softly on the sofa floor. So far, so good, Koni Bajo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka. Oh lo lo lo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Bukao, let me bukao. Let me see you, the buka. Oh lo lo lo. Let me see you, oh lo lo lo. Bukao, let me bukao.
I have to hide my phone before presenting this. What do you say? Why? Okay, if you have to choose between this and this, which one will you choose? My own. Okay, I prefer this one. So I'm presenting this. Congratulations. Congrats.
Supposed to be high. Kilo kan wolo chef water. They feel when I'm mad. When I land so free on a so far flow. So far so good. Koni bajo. Let me see you. Oh lo lo lo. 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 Let me see you.
She's speaking English. Let's hear the English she's speaking. Where's your ID?
I'm a direct entry student, so I've not been given ID card yet. But I've been given matric number and everything.
Okay, so what's your email address? Confirm your email address. But we said we should do all this before coming. Please, because we don't have...
Okay. We'll call you later for that when she's done. Okay, please just sit there while we wait for you to confirm if it's you or not. Yes, we already informed that by the time we call your name, you are being picked, you should bring a means of identification. So either it's your ID card or you open your student bio data page for us to see. So she is about to do that, and we can't waste any other time. Again, time is not by our side. We need to manage our time. And to the next part of this seminar now, it wouldn't be fair if we have the 2 training sessions and then we leave you to go and not help you in some form. You know, you've already been deposited some important values and tips that you've gotten, but we need to also patch you up a bit to put you on the right path, and therefore we will be having the CV clinic, because give or take 1 or 2 years now, a lot of you will be graduating, and so at that point in time we would want you to be on the right track, and that's why we'll be having the CV clinic. And to do that is Zainab Ajadi. She's coming back again to take us on that. Please appreciate her as she's coming.
Greatest Akokite. Your energy is higher than my own. Let me take small. I need to tap it. Greatest Akokite. Great. Okay. It feels like it's not gelling. It's afternoon time. Okay, so let me ask you a question. How many of you here believe you need a CV now? How many of you think you don't? So you are not putting hands up. So how many of you believe we need a CV now? Okay, so let me ask you. I'm in 100 level. I resumed school about 3 months ago. I'm still having coursework. I'm still attending lectures. I've only done 3 months of work. I'm about to start preparing for exams. Do I need a CV? Why do I need a CV? I need someone in the house to answer. Okay, so let me start picking people at the back. Any show of hands at the back? Why do I need a CV? Backbenchers. You're even bending your head. Okay. The lady with the 2 puff head style. I like that. You don't wait for nobody. You projected. You said because of... Just like that? Try. There's no particular... It's not a bad answer at all. Please give her a round of applause. Anybody else? The gentleman at the back there. Oh, what? He's been putting his hand up for a while. Oh, wow. If you get the answer right, If you're very close to it, you get something.
My name is Daniel from Finance Department, Management Science. CV is not only a way of explaining yourself to your employers or giving them a lowdown. It is also a method of tracking your personal progress.
So why would I need a CV, even at that stage in my life? Why?
To monitor my personal progress, like.
Thank you. So can you give him a round of applause? Because you started with CV is not just, I know you muddied it up for some people. I needed you to answer the question just as it was. So please, can you give him something? So basically, you need to have a profile. You need to have a professional context of what it is that applies to you in the path you have chosen and the profession you have decided you want to actually build a career in. And so you begin to track a progress profile when you build your CV from year to year as a student. I hope that gives you an understanding. Yeah? What it also makes you available for is you are, like she said, you are available and ready to put yourself forward for any kind of internship or volunteer or apprenticeship role that is out there. The fact that you already want to acquire skills in the workplace is basically a very good thing for anyone who is learning a particular course or trying to acquire skills and expertise or certification in any discipline at all. So can we go to the first slide, please? Who is managing the slides? Thank you very much. So what does this slide tell you when you look at it? Look at what you see and then tell me what you interpret that particular image of the individual in front and then of course the document. What does that tell you? Okay, why is it always people in front that are ready? For a change, let me pick the gentleman in the white and yellow shirt.
So from the image, we have a picture of the personal data, work experience, qualification and all. So it's about yourself mainly. You're selling yourself to your employer.
To your employer?
You're selling information about yourself to your employer.
Okay.
Sure, potential employer.
That's fine, yes. But I want to tell, we all know that's a CV, right? And we don't know what a CV does. Let's just say, yes, it's to sell yourself to a potential employer. But I'm just saying, what you see in front of you, what comes into your mind? What do you, okay, please, can we try the women in front? The lady, yes, with glasses. I don't think you've spoken at all. I'm not saying tell me what a CV is. That image you can see, what comes to mind?
The kind of personality the person has, and then the skills and what the person is bringing to the table, basically.
Very close, very close. So please give her a round of applause. I'll just go in and quickly speak through it. You can see the little guy right there, right? This little guy. He's right in front of that particular document. And you can see that other guy on the paper, right? We put him beside the name. So basically, every time you send that CV document out, you're projecting the persona, that person that you have built onto that paper, into the mind of the person that is looking to recruit. So when he said the personality, the skills the person has, and all of that, that is what you're building. The recruiter begins to conjure up a personality, a persona of this individual in terms of their skills, what they are ready to bring forward, what knowledge they have, what exposures they've had, what work experiences they have altogether, what have they achieved so far in terms of maybe they have some awards, they have impacted the society in different ways, they have some honors and whatever it is. It builds a persona in the mind of the recruiter, and the recruiter then compares it to the person that ideal person that they're looking for in that role. Do you understand? And that says, how close is this person to what I'm looking for? So every time you build a CV, as much as I'm going to implore you to be honest, because people tell a lot of lies. I mean, you tell yourself you are studying accounting. You have never in your life understood what general ledger system is about. But you decided to say that you can actually bookkeep, knowing fully well that if they give any form of accounting work to you, you will struggle severely with it. In fact, you may make a mess of the numbers, right? So again, be very honest. I've had people ask me, oh yes, so they will say that you should have 3 to 5 years, but you know that actually with 1 to 3 years you can do the job, so you apply for it. So the person that brought the advert out and said I want 3 to 5 years, they don't know what they are doing. Because I've had people actually ask me that question and say, oh, but I have 1 to 3 years, and I was just wondering, maybe the person did not know that I can do all the things they wrote there, and I've had the experience in 1 to 2 years. So that 3 to 5, I applied for it and said I have 3 to 5 years experience. Literally, you have started to project something, lack of integrity. You started to tell lies. Bear in mind that as much as we want you to be someone that has exceptional skills, you're great at what you do, we don't want the wrong behaviors. We don't want liars. We don't want cheats. We don't want a situation where you can't be trusted. And that is why you find that as you're going into organizations, you hear things like people saying there are certain values and behaviors we drive. If you do not have those values and behavior, they test for it even in interviews. They will ask you questions around integrity. Build a scenario. If you were this is, what would you say? The moment you start to do, so we can always try to find a way to make it happen. And they say, make it happen how? You say, well, I mean, we'll just tell them it has happened, although it will take more time, but we'll quickly make sure that we finish it before the due date. Already you have failed it. Because you have told them that you will cut corners and not be honest from the get-go. They will put you on the spot and ask you questions just to be sure that they can test certain behaviors and certain character required, certain character. Certain characters required of you. All right, so let us quickly go into this. So steps to writing a great CV are just what we'll go through today. We are going to talk about the need for you to describe yourself, the purpose of a CV, the standard CV format you'll find out there, things that you should do and not do, and of course, the need for you to always make sure that you get a second pair of eyes, 3-4 pairs of eyes to go through your CV. Because if you read something often enough, it's easy for you to miss things like grammar errors, become very verbose, you overwrite, when you could have made it more simplified and things like that. So proofreading always helps. Let's go into the next slide. So how would you describe yourself in 3 words? Can I get somebody, a pair of people, friends, very good friends, 2 people in this room? Are you sitting together? Where's your friend? Both of you know each other well. I think you are playing. Okay, yeah, 2 of you at the end, those gentlemen. You are both friends. Yeah, both of you come up. Quickly, please. Can I get another microphone? Okay, so yeah, stand here, quickly. Stand here as well. Back each other. Face that side. No, oh yeah, no, back each other. I'm not saying face the wall. Okay, you two face that side. Okay, so I'll ask you. Give me 3 words you will use to describe him. Positive words.
Okay, he's very caring. He cares about.
You're trying to sell him to me,
Yeah.
so that I can hire him.
He's responsible.
Mm-hmm.
He always takes up, he takes up.
3 words. You are becoming verbose. Okay.
Responsible. Accountable and trustworthy.
Okay, thank you. Now, you want to sell yourself to me. 3 words you use to describe yourself.
Myself.
Yes, to me.
I'm talented.
Talented in what?
Well, I'm trustworthy.
Okay.
Yeah. Then well, I read a lot.
Okay.
And I love it. I love to be I love to associate people.
You like to associate with people?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you, if this guy writes this guy's CV, do you think I will hire him? If this guy writes his own CV, will I hire him? Okay, turn around. It's not to put you on the spot. It's to let you even understand something. Your friend has a very great perception of who you are. What I see here is that you need to appreciate yourself and know what your really great qualities are and begin to sell yourself. Okay? All right, thank you, gentlemen. So let me explain something to you all. Usually, this doesn't happen. Usually, never. Usually, you sell yourself better than anyone can sell you. Correct? And that's because you know what qualities of yours you feel are your greatest qualities and are positive qualities that people appreciate generally. Right? So again, the reason why we talk about describing yourself is because we want you all to start thinking about being able to articulate the best words that would actually sell your greatest attributes. So we'll give you a few examples. Next slide, please. How best to describe yourself? I mean, these are quite a number of words, and there are thousands and thousands of words that you can use beyond this. But let me tell you, these are great keywords that most recruiters look for. They start looking for words like capable, confidence, conscientious, consistent, determined, hardworking, enthusiastic, organized, motivated, self-starter, successful, team player, trustworthy, positive, vibrant, proficient, reliable. Now, the reason is this. Usually, there is always a portion in your CV where you have to write a personal statement or maybe a personal profile or a summary, depending on whichever header you want to use. It's an opportunity for you to write a short summary or give a short insight to the recruiter about your abilities, the kind of person you are, and what you want to achieve and what you can bring to the table, right? So again, using words that help to describe you, great and powerful adjectives, it is important you are able to know that you need to pick context in this space, right? The DVC earlier today says you have a career center. How many of you have been there? 1. Who else? 100 level students, can I see a show of hands? 500 level students, can I see a show of hands? 500, 400. Now, there are so many of 500, 400 level students in the room that haven't been to the career center. It's very worrisome. It's very worrisome because it is an opportunity and a center that is immediately available to you to leverage. So I would like to implore you that all these opportunities that you have within the ecosystem of your school, please take time to visit these places. The day you walk in might be a very good day for you and the turnaround for the rest of your life. It does happen to a lot of people, right? So again, I've told you, you need to be familiar with words that are powerful enough to sell you to a recruiter. And you need to be very particular about understanding what attributes you have, what talents, what skill set you have, and how you best need to be sure that you're using the right positive adjectives to describe yourself to the recruiter. All right, next slide, please. So here it says a CV sums up your whole career in detail. And what does it contain? It has to contain, your entire education, which means what educational background do you have? Tertiary, secondary, and high school. that is required. Then you have what publications, for example, what works have you put out there? It doesn't necessarily have to be publications that, you know, were published in certain media journals or through some certain media channels. But publications are good because they are works that you have put out there. Accomplishments come in different formats, and I will tell you why. We have instances where people in sales, for example, will say, last year I grew sales in my region by 30%. Right? Maybe you might say, oh, so what? But ideally, for you to be able to make an impact, you have to write it clearly enough for them to see what reference you're using to show that growth. So you have to say, last year I grew sales of my region from, maybe last year I only grew 2%, from 2% to 30%. Now they start to think, oh, that must be a difficult region. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So again, accomplishments, what you've achieved, people put it in their CVs. And it usually is a trigger sometimes as to why they are being shortlisted over others that don't have such information. Because already you have helped the recruiter and the interviewer to scale something. They don't have to call you people into a room again, waste time and be assessing the other people. Do you understand? So again, you have accomplishments, notable projects you've contributed to. Right? For example, you'll find out that there are people in your midst that have engaged with some research work with some lecturer. You know, they were probably in this capacity of teaching assistants of some sort, right? That is a notable project because you have helped them to achieve something. And in the course of it, you will not believe it, there are a lot of soft skills and technical skills you would have picked up in the process. And then you have awards, you know, honors, achievements, and of course, any other professional experiences that could be attributed to as work experience in some instances. So CVs are your own personal marketing tool and an opportunity to show you are the best candidate for the job. Look, when people are going through CVs, the moment an outstanding CV is sitting down, everybody else is in trouble. Because that CV is the closest persona and context and skills and requirements that the recruiter is even looking for. In fact, sometimes the recruiter will say, I think this person is overqualified. There are instances of that, right? And in that instance, we don't usually use to shortchange people. Sometimes we do contact people and we say, oh, we know you applied for this role, but we would like to offer you another role. Are you interested in interviewing for it? Which is a higher role. It happens. So again, it depends on how powerful and convincing your CV is, how the context you have put in your CV is well articulated. So a good CV will stand out from the crowd, draw attention to your relevant skills and experience, and create a long-lasting positive impression. It always does. A long-lasting. I have picked up somebody's CV, gone through it shortlisted, and said, maybe I should just use this one as template to go and write my own, because it's looking like even me, the HR person, I am not savvy enough. You know, it does happen where people with really great, brilliant minds, great intellect, redefine what it is that you're used to and create something new. And so when we have this kind of sessions with young people like yourselves, it's because you are fresh minds. Your ability to think far and wide it's now. It's green. My mind is more cluttered than yours because I have soaked in and absorbed so many things along the line. But your mind is still able to be objective, question things, ask and then review and then regrow on your own, you know. So again, it's been instances where we take learnings from young people, people that have absolutely no experience, but because they are brilliant minds, they are great minds, they project the best of themselves and we take learnings from them. So again, let's look at what the purpose of a CV is, right? We said it sums up your detailing career, but one thing it really does is this. There's a bit of demystification when people talk about resume and they hear CV. You know, a curriculum vitae basically is something that you will find certain people in certain fields using more. A resume is usually a one-pager. And as an HR person, you can actually find somebody in HR that can only have a one-pager. However, when we talk about curriculum vitae, people that are in academia, people that are in specialist fields like medicine, research and development, some scientific fields, are likely to have academic points that you wouldn't see in a generic CV, right? That you wouldn't see in a generic curriculum vitae. And so most of the time when people say, what's the difference? It's the same thing. Do you understand? You will hardly find somebody in a specialist field saying they are submitting a resume. No. They are most likely to be submitting a CV. And that is the difference, the demystification, because it creates a bit of confusion because people say it's one and the same thing. It's not. People in specialist roles, people that have, quite the portfolio they will put in a CV can be 4 pages. That's the truth. 2 pages, that's what we have. All right, so let's go on to the next page. So format is something that is very important. Today I'm going to start asking you now that as much as you are creating a persona that is very close to what the recruiter is looking for, because the recruiter already can tell the factory plant manager that I want for Oregon Oral Factory, they have an idea of what kind of skill set the person has, the kind of experience they expect the person to be able to come with when they come into the interview, the context and manner of information that they are going to also be delivering in terms of what they have done in their work experience, what it is that they have had in their background, educational background. They kind of have an idea of people that will fall into that space. And so when you send your CV and you shortchange yourself such that your work experience doesn't speak to everything that you are capable of or you've ever done, your skill set is short of the expectations of skills that have been listed out, you would definitely not be picked. You basically have wasted, maybe 15, 30 minutes of your time in your life applying for a job that you will not be selected for because you haven't put the best of yourself into that CV. And so, talking about first impressions, it is crucial to make it professional, concise, and tailored to the specific job you are applying for. Bear in mind that somebody that is studying finance can apply for an accounting job, correct? Can apply for a tax management job, correct? Can apply for an insurance officer job, correct? Exactly, because their knowledge band spans all these roles, right? However, when you're applying for the insurance role, you're not going to be giving them details of the accounting skill sets you have and the kind of work experience you have in accounting. Would you? You would need some of it, but you're not going to focus on accounting, would you? You would tailor it more to elements of insurance, right? Understanding policy making, structuring policy, what do you call it? The way you calculate policy for people, depending on the person's insurance package. Your own insurance package is different from my own because of certain factors. It's basically the kind of knowledge that people bring with the role. And so they expect you to give that context. But you will see some people who write the details they did in tax management, the details they did in accounting, the details they did in the small element of insurance that they covered. They will write it and then apply for the insurance job. Already, it's easy to filter through because you cannot write 4 pages. And majority of what they can see that attributes you, work you've done or work experience you have or knowledge or skills you have is just less than half a page of insurance job. Of course, they are not going to pick your CV, right? They are not going to say, oh, okay, well, the person will learn on the job and all that. It is best that what you do is you capitalize on all the experience and skill sets you have and really give depth of context. I hope you understand what I mean. Give depth of context. So, for example, if in policy development, for example, for insurance holders, what you have done is not only have you done data and information gathering, you also talk about how you audit the data so that you are sure that it is correct. Do you understand? you talk about tasks that shows that you will have some real good value add on for the person that is trying to recruit you. Okay, so let's go on to the next slide. So important points that improve your chances of success is customizing your CV for each application, like I said. Highlight your relevant qualification and achievements as best as you can so that basically features you well enough for that job. And then please note that the presentation style of CV should not take away from being informative. So there are times when some people will send in CVs. The design on it is so much that the recruiter is trying to understand what they are supposed to read. Sorry? Can you hear me? Sorry about that. So sorry. Okay, so the presentation style of your CV should not take away from being informative. There are people that will go and pick up templates from the internet, CV templates, and it doesn't quite suit what it is that you're applying for, but it distracts the person that is trying to read the information you put on there such that they can't even grasp what is relevant for them to read through. And you know what? That already delists you. So there are many CV templates online to choose from. However, the best presentation style or layouts that you should concentrate on are the simple, infographic, or the structured. Because they are easy to read. There are different types of creative CVs that you find out there. You need to honestly be sure that the legibility, the information you're trying to pass, is easy for the recruiter to pick from. And I'll explain why. Next slide, please. So what a good CV looks like, your name should be at the top. The sections should be clarified, your personal profile or personal statement or summary should be at the top. Your educational background, your employment history, which also could be your work experience, skills profile, and then you have achievements and positions of responsibility. And interest is something that sometimes it allows people to be able to see the character of the person applying. However, it is not a very important part of it. References are usually asked for when they are sure that they want to invite you for an interview and then they want to move on to the next stage with you. Nobody is going to bother about the fact that your reference is not on the CV from the get-go, because we do not want to get to validate your character until after we are sure that you are actually fit for the role. Right? So always remember that the most important sections that you need to give details to should simply be in this particular format. In your own instance, employment history, you can always put work experience because, you probably have never been employed before. But as undergraduates, some of you might do informal work experience too, for example. I used to be a lot of things to different people in my family because I took on informal roles in their businesses. So if, for example, you manage your mother's shop, you do the role of a cashier, customer service, and then inventory management, already, you have enough to sell yourself. But people take all these informal work experiences as not being relevant. But here you are, you manage customers as they come into the shop, right? Not only that, you also ensure that you manage the payment and the processing of the product sale to the person as they leave. Not only that, whenever they bring stock, I know someone that the father is a butcher, a proper alakpata, no, in the abattoir, it's true. And he had to take inventory of the parts that they sell. Do you understand? So that at least it's not that they were supposed to deliver 3-4 arms and he collected 2. What happened to the rest? Who's going to pay for it? Do you understand? Exactly. So even in that small role alone, there is data management, correct? I hope you understand the way you can actually pick up elements of what it is that is viable in your lives that builds up and adds up to work experiences, correct? All right, so next slide, please. Now, the other layout, you have the structured layout. this is a very popular template in this day and age because it's fancy, it's a real one-pager, it's quick for the recruiter to see bullet points of what it is that applies to you. So for that particular structured one, for example, you have the personal statement there, your contact information is there, reference information is there, and then the person just puts their educational background, 1, 2, 3, their work experience, 1, 2, 3, their skills, 1, 2, 3, that's all. This is the kind of CV that most recruiters dream of, particularly if by the time you describe it, you know what somebody else will use 3 paragraphs to describe. You describe the 1 sentence. Your English is succinct, is concise, and is right to the point. Do you understand? The infographic. Now, do I have people that are like graphic designers? You're a graphic designer, okay? Do I have people that are like copywriters? Okay? Do I have people that work in media, for example? Now, usually, you will find people that are scientists. You find them using the infographic one. It is very attractive. And it's also a simplified format. But then it only works in the world of creatives, right? Where it is fancy, they realize that you're somebody that is creative. It's you basically projecting being stylish, being creative, being modern in a certain way, right? More importantly, structured layout is your best bet, or the simplified layout, because easily they can read through what you want. Nobody really wants to struggle to read what you have, right? And so you can always have a, curated and stylized CV, maybe because the industry you're applying for has that kind of flair. Then you can pick up all those really fancy templates offline and adapt them. Let's go on to the next slide, please. Before we go on, do I have any questions? Okay, I have questions. I know that we need to run through quickly because it's been a very long day. But I really know that in the room as well, people will be asking questions because you need it. Let me just say this. Don't do yourself the disservice of picking up a CV template that does not quite apply. Okay, that does not quite apply to you at all. Don't do yourself the disservice. So can I just take 2 questions and we're out?
Okay. Good day, ma'am. My name is Aguchiko Princess from the Department of Social Work. So my question is, when you said we can go...
Why is it that I'm looking for the person?
Oh,
okay. I couldn't find you.
So when you said we can search for a template online, in Nigeria, like the way the country is, and because I heard that your picture, like, is not necessary when you're applying for a visa in Nigeria. So in that case, if you're applying, looking for a job in Nigeria, what are you going to do? Is the picture, should it be included or not?
No, at all. And please, let me be honest with you. The information that the recruiter really needs is just your contact information, your name, a contact number to reach you, right? Your contact information, which is email, right? A contact number to reach you, and your name. That is all they need. You see all those blue eyes, I'm green, I'm 6.57, I'm this, I'm that. Really, they don't need it. Because you will come for the interview after the shortlist based on the details you've given them. And then they'll be able to read your personality and your character in the interview, correct? They'll see your face during the interview, correct? Okay.
And secondly, my question, another question is that you said we should give a detailed explanation of ourselves.
Detailed?
Yes, like a very good description of ourselves when writing our CV, making our CV. But I heard that it's like it should not be more than a page. So how do we do that?
Please, can you go to the slide before this? Go back. The personal profile, is that 1 page? Hello, ma. Excuse me, ma. You that you ask question, you are turning. Is that 1 page, the personal profile?
No.
No, can you go to this one?
Oh, yes.
Is that 1 page?
Yes.
Were you here when we spoke through this page?
Yes, ma.
So I didn't say detailed. I said make sure that you describe yourself and sell yourself well enough. Use the right descriptive words to sell yourself, right? Okay. All right. So let's go on to the final page. So again, the writing tips you should walk away with are spoken to what should be on your CV. So always make sure that either your personal statement, profile, or summary detail actually describes you best and projects a positive and long-lasting impression of you in the mind of the recruiter. Your skills and achievements are really great because they sell you before they meet you. Keywords. So if I'm applying for a role in sales, you will see me putting keywords like profit, sales margin, turnover, revenue, correct? Exactly. So you use the right keywords that is expected. You don't use keywords from another industrial sector to describe something that, you feel would make you, or you'd apply it wrongly, is the word, is the phrase I'm trying to project. You apply the wrong words from another another sector, another industry to another industry entirely different from what it is that you're applying for. So experience and qualifications and your education, important. So work experience or your work history. And then relevant information are things that are peculiar to you that will sell you further beyond anybody else. So like maybe awards, notable works you've done, journals or publications, etc. And make sure that your information is in chronological order. Can we go into the next slide? Right, so what not to do? Now, that's an example of a very bad CV. And we'll see the context of what has been called out there a lot more detail in the next slide. So what not to do? Informal profile picture, inconsistent font typos, and grammatical errors. They begin to make the recruiter think you're not an organized person. You do not actually read through what you are sending through. So which also says you're not someone who pays attention to detail. Then irrelevant information or exaggerations, poor writing style, like it depends on the narrative style that you are putting, and I'll come to that later. Incomplete information, and adding jargons and acronyms that the person cannot understand. So you just go and put, I use WAAD every day. And the person probably is thinking, okay, you might not even be aware that outside of that small bubble of office that you worked in, nobody else uses WAAD application, correct? So it's best that you write out the name of whatever it is you're writing in for. So be mindful that a bad CV does not invoke an interest from a recruiter. Immediately, they delete. Can we, please? So like I said, elements of a bad CV, maybe you go and use some picture that, does not put you in a good light or has a funny background, etc. Ideally, there's no need for you to put your picture. But we are very aware that, in this particular generation and age globally, people like to put a small headshot, like a headshot or a profile picture of themselves, same as you will find on LinkedIn, correct? So basically, that is why you now have people putting pictures on their CV. Now, when you use inconsistent fonts, so you use Times New Roman and use Arial, and then you use Cursiva at the bottom, the person can immediately tell that you went to bank, copy and paste from different places. That's what the recruiter will start thinking. You copied and pasted, you didn't even bother to clean up the work. Not organized, not tidy. Then when your email is funny, you can see people saying ninja night killer at yahoo.com or midnight walker at gmail.com, or you say sexy Rachel on the road. No, I'm being honest, because it basically is that people think they have cool email addresses. Yeah, for personal stuff. But when you want to do something professional, make sure you create a professional email for yourself. Because what it does is they take you seriously, right? And then you now have, you start putting details. Date of birth, age, I am tall, 5'6". My weight is 13 pounds. It's black. the interview is not in their mind, right? The CV is supposed to allow a recruiter understand if you're fit for the role, and then they call you in for the interview. When you come in, we'll know whether your hair is dark or silky or black. And trust me, nobody uses that anymore to know whether you are fit for the role or not. So long as you are presentable and you make the recruiter comfortable when you sit in the room, that is all that is needed, right? Next slide. Yeah, irrelevant information. I like hanging out with friends and bar hopping. Love playing basketball, badminton. Enjoy watching TV and movies, surfing the net and chatting. Enjoy staying at home. This kind of person, they will not recruit you. Since you want to stay at home, just stay there. Right? You might think you're talking about interests. Usually, your interest should be something aligned to that role. So, for example, you are pursuing a particular research in that field. That is an interest, correct? So those are the kind of things we expect to see. And work experiences, is the narrative you use is very important. I assist the marketing manager to draft plans. Please, when you are writing your tasks or work experience details, you need to own what you do. Refrain from saying you assist. What did you do? So when you say you assisted the marketing manager to draft plans, what did you do? So what you should actually write is what you did. I contributed to the draft plans by providing this. Do you understand? So you need to own that space of what you did, and that's what you put in, because then it lets them know what you are capable of. When you put assist and they don't know what you really assisted it in there, it becomes it doesn't help you, right? So incomplete information also is not good. Like, what is DEF Corporation? Right? So again, write out abbreviations so that it's easy for the person to understand and know what they can look up if they want to understand what you have written. Next slide, please. Proofreading. If you don't want to be here, please. Reason why I'm saying this is, please bear in mind that the reason you have a CV clinic is so that you can learn, acquire skills. If you think it's not relevant, right? So I am trying to quiet the voice of dissent so that others can learn. Proofread. One obvious but often overlooked aspect of good CV writing is proofreading. I had spoken about that at the beginning. The best way for you to do is finish your CV and send it to 2 different people to help you proofread. What they will do is they'll pick out things that your eyes have become accustomed to but are errors. Grammatical errors, wrong tensing, bad font alignment, or bad font sizing. Right? Okay. So that's it from me on CV tips. We'll make this material available to you through the Yoma platform. I know that we are behind in time, and so I'll only take one more question. One more, just one more. Oh, yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Sorry, I came all the way from upstairs. I've been standing and raising and
Okay,
jumping.
go ahead.
Hello, sorry, don't vex. First things first, sorry, thank you so much for your time today. People upstairs had questions, and we've been raising our hand and jumping and trying to signify you didn't see us. Well, yeah, sorry. I have 2 very simple
My
questions.
apologies, please. Please.
You spoke about informal work experiences, especially for those that were just entering into the labor market. I want to believe that your CV is supposed to tell a particular story, and I believe that your work experience should align. But for somebody that is still trying to figure out the path to take in a particular field, like, for example, now I'm studying finance, but I don't know the exact field I want to pursue. So I've taken up different roles, from executive assistant to this one intern to that one intern. Do you believe I should only put the ones that are similar to each other in a particular CV, or you believe I can mix it? And do you also believe that the past experiences that I've had, like customer service, like this, and other small informal jobs, should be included in the CV? And before you answer that, my last question is, would you be open to taking a look at some individuals' CVs, like some of us already have, and we will be open to taking a look at it? Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for hijacking your spot.
Okay, so just to quickly answer you, when you want to apply for a particular role that is specific with the skills and requirements they want, what we've been telling you here is what you need to show is what ties to that role, right? So you might have the experience in customer service, you might have had the experience while you were an executive assistant. However, what you want to show from those roles is what ties to that accounting job, for example. Maybe you did bookkeeping as an executive assistant, right? Or you did budget management. Do you understand? You call those out because it ties to the role you're trying to apply. Sure, you understand what I mean now? Right? Don't put the irrelevant elements because you want to show that you have so much work experience and you'll be good for the job. It just doesn't help. I hope you understand that. Okay, and then secondly, if you go through the slide that we had, the last part says that you should submit, if you can put up the slide, please. Yeah. Are you ready to be employable? So you can send your CV to this particular email. We will review your email and give you feedback on what you should do differently, what you should adjust, and, you know, what information you have in there that you should take out. So, yeah, this answers your question, correct? Yes. So the lady that was hijacked, let me just take your question and I'm out.
So in this era of AI, where AI has taken over the human intelligence, people now give their CV to people, to professionals to write for them. So what are the consequences of these actions?
Unfortunately, you don't acquire the skills yourself, right? You are given a skill that you could develop yourself to ChatGPT, for example, in its entirety. If you use ChatGPT to help you, it's different. But if you then decide that you don't want to acquire that, it always somehow comes through when you actually get the job. There are so many people that think they can also use AI to do their job, and it does come through because in real life, the specificity of what you need to do is in situ. The system can understand it, except they are in that environment living it exactly. So there are some things that will be missed out, and it always comes through. All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ma. A round of applause for her. Our time is already fast spent, and then we'll just move into the raffle draw to complete the raffle draw very quickly. So, I think the lady. Yes. Favor. Okay. All right, please be fast. Make it fast. The next. The next person, Fagbolade Bukola. Is she here?
Yeah. Don't sleep, wake up.
Abiodun Waliat Bola. Abiodun Waliat Bola is the person here. Then there is Mba Oji Chineyenwa Esther. There's a person here.
Deborah Ezioku Chukweku. She here. Please, let's put her. See bad belly people. We're gonna clap now. If you clap very well, the tablet is your own. Oh. This is the last pose.
So far, so good. Let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you. Let me see you.
Abdul Ganiu, please, for all the winners of the phones, at the end of the super prize, everybody comes on stage so that we'll have a group picture. So the moment of truth, who goes home with the tablets? Drum rolls, please. And the land so free. That drum roll. Abdul Ganiu, Robbie, are you here? And she's one of our volunteers. Please, can you? Oh, stand up, yes. Please, can we request everybody on the team? Please, can all the winners of the mobile phones
I have waited patiently. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions, stand up. For the champions,
yes.
For the champions,
while we are doing this,
stand up.
While we are doing this, some of us collected souvenirs, tickets early in the morning. Yes, please just raise your hands. Our volunteers will be going around to give you this exactly so that we can make it fast. Okay. Yeah.
You have to show the ticket. So it's the ticket that is the identification. You don't have the ticket, I'm sorry, you've missed it. So please, your tickets, please. Now is the time that you need it.
For the champions, stand up. Stand up.
The other winners,
stand
please.
Up.
The other phone winners, please, can we have you on the stage? Where are the other phone winners? Okay, she's coming.
For the champions, stand up. Stand up. Stand up. For the champions, stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. 'Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me. So stand up for the champions, stand up. Stand up, stand up.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you everyone. Woohoo! How was that? Did you guys have fun? Do you also want to win prizes like this? Should I share information on how you can win prizes like this? Okay, if you say so. So, could I please have my last slide? I will only take 5 minutes because I want to share with you how you can also win these kind of prizes. Okay, and this is the final message. But before we show the slide, one final message, one final request, one final suggestion that I want to give to you. After this seminar, when you see a new opportunity like this, like we shared with you the entrepreneurship skills course, career guidance seminar, what will you do? What will you do? Take initiative. Come forward and take part. Take part. No, we are short of time, so I can't come to everyone. But what I'm getting my slides right, Albert. My slides, yeah. Okay. So yes, this one. So my request to every one of you is, next time when you see an opportunity like the entrepreneurship skills course, career guidance seminar, or any other opportunity, please take part. Because what you saw today, 5 of your friends took part and they actually won. I'm sure yesterday when some of our volunteers told you that if you do this course and if you do it before the timeline and if you attend the seminar, you get a chance to win a smartphone and a tablet. How many of you believed that was true? How many of you actually believed that you can win a phone and a tablet by after doing the course? Not many. I can see maybe 5 or 10% only. But what I want to say is that every time you take action, somebody is taking notice. When you make your CV and submit, maybe you do not hear from the first 10 recruiters, but the 11th one will come up and say, I want you. Maybe you do 3 skilling courses and you do not win anything. But the 4th skilling course that you do, something comes up. So always, always, always be consistent, be persistent, and continue to take part in more such initiatives. So the last 3 things that I want to tell you is, step 1, entrepreneurship skills course. The course is still active. If you have not done the course, please do the course. There is still raffles happening. 1 smartphone every week. More than 100,000 students across Nigeria have already done the course. And I would also add that once you have done the course, we would love to hear from you how you are using these skills in your real life. And I cannot promise, but if we find a very good story of how you're using this in your life or how you're using this skill to help others, if your story is very impactful, there is chances that you get featured on UNICEF and Unilever social media channels as well, which has millions of followers. So my request is, do the course. If you've not done the course, do the course. If you've done the course, start using that in your life and document that. The second, I'm going to share a platform with you called U-Report. Now, when I was standing outside, a lot of people came up to me and said, how do I access more opportunities? Okay, can we just wait for 2 minutes? All the volunteers, can you wait for 2 minutes for distribution of the tokens? Pay attention here, guys. You will get your tokens, don't worry. Albert, can we wait for 2 minutes? Just 2 minutes more. Pause, just pause. Volunteers, all the volunteers pause. I want to finish this quickly. Okay, I'll pause then. Can we pause? How many of you are paying attention? Clap once. Only a few. If you're paying attention, clap twice. Okay, so I'm talking to you guys. I'm going to share how you can access more opportunities. So I'm going to share when I was standing outside, a lot of people came to me and said, how can I access new opportunities? How can I volunteer with UNICEF? How can I access Unilever internship opportunities? So I'm sharing that information right now. So we have a platform called U-Report. It's a messaging platform right on your phone. I'm going to share a number after this slide. Please store that number on your phone and send a message, join message on that number. That's it. Once you do that, all the opportunities will come right on your phone. Okay? So I'm going to share that now. And the third step, as Zainab also mentioned, we are asking you to submit your CVs to us. So what you learned today was very, very valuable information. Use that information to build your new CV and submit your CV. These links are all posted across the university. If you do not have access to links, ask any of the volunteers. They have access to these links where you can submit your CV as well. Next slide, please. And please store this website, yoma.world, YOMA.world. This is the one-stop shop for all the opportunities that UNICEF and its partners have. In fact, Unilever is right now hosting 3 internship opportunities on this website. You've all heard of Amazon? What do people do on Amazon? Shopping, right? Shopping for what? Goods. What we are doing with Yoma is we are creating an Amazon of youth opportunities. What do young people want? Skilling opportunities, career guidance opportunities, internships, volunteering. They're all hosted here. So if you're interested in accessing this, please go on this website, create your ID, search Nigeria, and you will find all the opportunities accessible to Nigerian students. Okay? There might be a few weeks where you find no opportunity, but suddenly something new will come up. I'll give you some examples of what kind of opportunities you will find on YOMA. You will definitely find 3 opportunities from Unilever currently live. You go there and you can apply and you get a chance to intern with Unilever straight away. A few weeks ago, I concluded a scholarship called One Young World Scholarship, where now UNICEF is taking 3 startups, 3 Nigerian founders, young people, less than 25 years of age, to Canada. All expense paid for 10 days, where they'll be meeting other young people from across the world, and they'll be meeting potential funders as well. We also have one more scholarship opportunity live right now on YOMA called MTN Fellowship. Just go there, apply all your details. There will be a selection process, but if you get selected, MTN wants to fund your entire college fees. This is a very, very small glimpse. When you go on YOMA, you will find courses like cybersecurity, digital marketing, communication skills, Microsoft Office, financial literacy, how to grow your money, entrepreneurship skills course. All the courses there, free of cost. Artificial intelligence. No matter which stream you come from, you will find certificate courses on YOMA which have been verified by UNICEF and its partners. So once again, YOMA.world. You got it right? And even volunteering opportunities with UNICEF will be posted here. Next slide, please. Last slide. And this is the number that I was talking about. 091-209-17615. Store this number as YouReport and text join. Hi is not the correct keyword now. It's join. 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 I'm giving you 2 resources to stay in touch. I'm giving you a web version, yoma.world, and I'm giving you a WhatsApp chatbot, YouReport. Now, after this, if you feel that you are not getting opportunities, then it's totally your call, because this is the easiest way to access new opportunities. So are you guys excited? I think only these guys are excited. These guys are not excited. Are you guys excited? Thank you very much. Thank you.
What do I say? We get money, money, we get money, we get money, we get money, we get money, money, we get money, we get money, we get money. Automatic, cause see traffic, you know I dey my lane. I'm classy, Joe. I'm classy.
All right, thank you, everyone. It's been a great time. Great Nigerian students! Great Nigerian students! I come bearing good news. So we would like to implore you that as this seminar has come to an end, but there are refreshments for everybody. There is refreshments for everybody. And we would like to tell you that you should please just follow the volunteers' orders as to how you're going to be getting the refreshment. So the refreshment is upstairs, yes, but you will follow the volunteers' order as to how to get those refreshments. Okay. All right. And for us to bring this to a close, we will be having the closing remark. All right, sir. Closing remark.
I am to make a closing, remark. And my remark is that the program is hereby closed. Thank you very much.
Leave it on the floor. Baby, magic along. Asante sana. Arambada. If you give me reason, mama. Can it cost of living, gone?
Seeing is believing, no. Pepe mi oro, toro, 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 toro. Pepe mi oro, toro, 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 toro. Ora mi oro, toro, 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 toro. Pepe mi oro, toro, 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 toro. Only you might consign, make me eye combine. Show you go right for life if I beat it all night and say it's all mine, yeah. Baby me to find. Panini so fine, my nigga so pussy. Go need it go sign. I'm trying to my time. 24 karat gold, most I wear Versace. Every currency be a like. Holiday jacket or Yankee. Premium me bad, baby. Oh, Don't be low.